Hello. Oh, my hair is crazy and this camera still sucks. Okay, let me fix that a little bit. Okay. Uh, welcome, anyone who is here. Hello. We are going to be doing patch 6.55. Just came out a couple days ago, or early, not a couple days ago, a few days ago. I would have done it sooner if my internet hadn't been dead because of the snowstorm here. Not my power, my internet. I had the internet company come out like 4 times. Not me specifically, but there were multiple houses down on the same terminal. They came out maybe the the first 2 times they showed up was one car, and the guy was just pouring hot water on the terminal. And I stepped outside and went, "Hey, so what's the issue?" And he goes, "Ah, it's frozen. It's frozen." I'm like, "So water got inside?" And he's like, "Yeah, I gotta thaw it out." And I'm sitting there thinking, if the water's inside the terminal, is it even whatever? I let him do his job. But then a few days later, there were 4 Metronet cars on the street, and they never fixed it. They pulled the terminal off of the line, put it in a heating tent, and it did not turn my internet back on at all. I mean, they had like a whole tent to heat it up. So at this point, I'm questioning life, and they come back a second time that same day with the 4 cars. They left and then they came back later. Still didn't fix anything. I finally called and I asked what was going on, and Metronet is what they are. They're like, "Oh, yeah, we have a ticket for the terminal. It says they got that fixed. It should be back on." I'm like, "Well, it's not." And then finally, some dude went out there that I for my own ticket that I had them made for my house, and you know what they tell me? I just realized I don't have Final Fantasy audio on. They tell me that uh my wires were like chopped. They cut them. Someone was cutting limbs off of a tree, and they cut not just my wires, but the wires to like every house nearby that's connected to that terminal. Which at that point, I feel like was intentional, because who the hell? I don't I don't know. I I don't know how it wasn't the snowstorm, but this man was telling me that my he specifically said, yeah, everyone's wires were yopped. I was like, yopped. But anyway, internet's finally back on, so I can finally get to this story, which I've been waiting on all week. Instead, I've read several chapters of a book, did more exercise than I normally do, and I've also sat around a lot more than I normally do. Because even my like other hobbies outside of this game and work require my internet, so that just ruined my week pretty much. But here we are, moving along. Shut off the music for myself because it's still going for me. Alright. Got a couple things to get to this frame. Some very important things. First and foremost, if anyone doesn't know who I am, my name is Patrick, and I have 2 screen names, clearly. Moa Metal here, and then Red Faulkner is my channel name. Red Faulkner is the name you'll usually find me on most platforms. In case you're looking for me on Instagram, Twitter, or anything like that, that's where you'll find me. I'm pretty sure that's the only housekeeping I really have, so. I'm interested to see what exactly the setup for Dawn Trail is going to be and how much story there's going to be. I almost feel like there isn't going to be any activities to this, but I have heard whispers that there are things. I don't know if that means like there's a dungeon, a trial, a duty, multiple of those things. I'm not sure, but I'm interested to find out. All right, I can't hear myself, so I gotta one ear this just to talk. Also, if you don't know, I do voices. They're not very good, but I do them. Ah, Mohamed, one of my clerks was just here with a message for you. The students of Baldessian request your presence in Charlie and at your earliest convenience. Indebted as I am to our friends, I had hoped that I too might be of service, but it is you alone that they require. If you've no pressing business, pray make your way to the Baldessian Annex at once. Ojika awaits your arrival. In the meantime, did I miss something? Why was there that long pause? Nope, okay. In the meantime, I shall continue showing Ashdaya the city. From notable landmarks to the people's lives, there is still much and more for her to see. Farewell for now, my friend. I look forward to the days we set forth on another adventure together. I'm not rolling my R's right. I wonder if that was... It almost felt like it was a message to be like, he's not really going to be super involved. So don't expect much out of that. I don't know, but that's what it felt like. I really want to see the math on what determines teleportation prices. Because sometimes I just don't get it. That person got DC'd. Dang. I always forget who Ojika is. Like, this person's never talked. Also, Lalafels, you can never tell. I don't know if it's supposed to be a female or male Lalafel. But usually, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell because even the name is pretty, like non-binary. I don't know. I don't know what voice to give you. I'm just give you, a warm and hearty welcome to you, Mohametal. I gather you received our message. Please wait here while I fetch Crya Lagraha. I feel a little bad. I feel like I gave them the most annoying voice I could possibly have given them. They most definitely have an English accent, though. They always have English accents. I will say, I'm completely getting derailed already. But, okay, am I alone in the thought that A Realm Reborn had one thing right? Even if you didn't like the voice acting for some of the characters. I mean, I love Sam Riegel from Critical Role, love the man. But I will admit that his Alphino is kind of garbage and was kind of a know-it-all. I thought Taliesin Jaffe's Thancred was pretty decent. And, you know, so on and so forth with all the other voice actors and actresses. But at least they had different accents. Do you know what I mean? Like, Thancred and, I think Thancred didn't have an English accent, or he had like a slightly different style. Gaius wasn't English. It was the font of Eorzea, but he wasn't like, you know, he wasn't like, oh, I'm Gaius or whatever, you know. And there's nothing wrong with the English accents because it makes sense. It makes sense in the structure of like what this game bases itself on. It's very, you know, like Final Fantasy 16. It makes sense that most of the characters are European because that's what most of them are based off of. But in Final Fantasy 14, it's like there's just such a wide variety of characters that the only people with accents different accents are Biggs and Wedge are the only Irish characters that I can even think of off the top of my head. And the only people with not English accents you don't meet until Endwalker and Thavnair. That's the first time you meet anyone without English accents in like forever. Obviously there's like Becklug, but yeah, Gaius is just a deep down here, but he's not English. And then all of a sudden, like later when you meet him again, and like Shadowbringers post game, he's English. Raubon wasn't English either. Raubon was like a deep voiced gruff man, but he wasn't English. And then they went over to Heavensward, and all of a sudden Raubon, everyone became English. Because they had to move studios, so more English people were closer, which is why. But now that they have like people in Thavnair like have the correct accents and all that stuff. You know, take Yotsuba and Asahi. They're supposed to be, I think it's Chinese based, right? Hidan, no, Yugiri, original Yugiri voice actress was I don't think the original Yugiri voice actress was Chinese, but her voice was not English, I'm pretty sure. And then it was. Although, to be fair, this is going to be really dark, but the original Yugiri voice actress did kill herself. I'm pretty sure. Or she died very tragically. Shortly after, I think like a year or so after, they swapped studios and stuff, and all that changed. I don't think it was because of that, but something happened. Sorry, I'm striking my Baja Blast. Anyway, it's always just been a pet peeve, because I just like the variety, and there's 3 accents in the game now. There's English, the very rare Irish, and then Thavnir. And I guess if you want, you could count the dragons as a 4th, but I don't. Even the Loperids, even though they're up here, it's still entirely an English accent. It's inescapable. We went to another reality, and they were still English. I swear to God, if we go to, and the 13th, they were still English. If we go to any of these other shards, I don't know which numbers are left. 2, 4, 6, whatever, it doesn't matter. If any of them are still English, I'm gonna be pissed. Especially after Emmett was like, some of the civilizations on the reflections may surprise you. So, I'm expecting variety. I'm expecting variety. Just because I don't want my ears to be assaulted with the same, like, I don't want everyone to sound the same. I don't, you know. Anyway. Thank you for coming on such short notice. It's a little of Heidelin, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's more so that, well, okay. We'll get into that in a second. Let me finish this cutscene. But actually, I have some thoughts on that. Because I think it's interesting you said that. Anyway. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Oh my god. Wow, Blast is hitting a little too much. And forgive us for sending you so soon after your trials in the void. Ah. I am... Baja Blast is making me burp so much. Jeez. Okay. Whew. Now then, we weren't actually the ones who require your presence, but Aaron... we weren't actually the ones who require your presence, but Aaronville. He stopped by recently, you see, and asked us to reach out to you on his behalf. I imagine you're as surprised as we are, given that he was supposed to be away on a long expedition. Something must have necessitated a change in his plans. All he would tell me is that there is someone whom he wishes Mohametal to meet. He also mentioned that he would be tending to business at the studium. Shall we look for him there? Baja blasting off again? Dude, seriously. That's how I'm feeling right now. Wonder what that is. I really need to do my side content. I'm still mad that I found out there was dialogue in the, I'm still mad that I found out there was dialogue at the, in one of the Endwalker sequences. Like, there were 2 times that involved a side quest I've never done. I didn't know existed. And it's on Norvrant. And I'm mad about it. And it's about the 13th. So. I'm still mad. Because it gives you a whole other dialogue option. Let me wrap this quest and we'll talk about the Heidelin thing. Now then, where is Aaronville? Oh, I made a mistake. We're in cutscene territory now. Give me those beautiful accents. Oh!
Aaronville!
Actually, I take it back. There is a 4th accent. They the Hrothgars actually have the Hrothgars and the Vieiras have different accents. I forgot about this. I'll admit 4 and 5. I don't know if they have the same accent. And the Raktika Greatwoods, the what's the Knights Blessed, and then the whatever the Vieiras call themselves, they have different accents. I almost forgot about this, so forgive me on that. That almost caught myself lacking. Almost caught myself lacking on knowledge there. There are some there is 2 more races of people with different accents. I feel silly. I mean, obviously it might depend on where they come from, but Aaronville is literally a prime example, and so are the Rothgards. So that's my bad.
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important.
Yeah, that's not like an Indian accent. I honestly don't know what accent that's supposed to be. Like Icelandic or something?
I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
I really don't know what accent that's supposed to be.
Where did you go, if I may ask?
The New World. Tural.
Ooh.
You went to Tural? Then the person who you wish to introduce...
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
Yo? She got lost.
But it seems you've lost her.
Yeah.
Did she wander off?
She's just like me, for real, for real.
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
Well, while you were exploring, your candidate came to us. This is her, the adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain she's no ordinary woman.
I like the voice
I'm
actress.
Uklamat, claimant to the throne of Tulihuela.
Uklamat. Uklamat. Claimant to the throne of Tuliola. Let me hear her accent more.
Tuli Yolol.
Tuliolol. Tuliolol.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
Okay. Just because... So I don't get confused. Tural is a city. Inside of Tuliolol, which is the governing nation. But Tuliolol also has a capital also called Tuliolo. Is that right? Is that what he just said? I'm gonna go with that for now. Till I see a map or something.
I'll get to the point. I want you to come with me to my homeland.
Given the magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why
So
you're making
shocked.
it?
Yeah, seriously. Hello?
Of course. Soon, an event of great import will be held in Tural. The Rite of Succession. Taking the form of a contest, it will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning. I was searching for champions to join me when Aaronville told me about you.
Okay.
A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
Feel like he played it down a little bit.
She asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was, and so I told her. Much more elegantly, I might add.
Now you know why. You'll come to Toral, yes?
I can't. Is it supposed to be Russian?
Wait, let's all just
No.
slow down.
It's not.
Wuklamat, was it? You claim to be of the royal family, but is it not the Mamulja who rule in Tyrol?
Tulihyolal is a nation of many peoples. Not only the Mamulsha, as some across the seas are quick to assume. That said, its present ruler is a Mamulsha, and one blessed with two heads besides.
Nice.
He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously, but he raised
What?
me as his own. And that's what
See,
matters.
when she said that she was the daughter of the current keeper, and then she said that it was the two-headed Mamulja, I was like, she's not his daughter. Just, what? That is what matters. That is what matters. I'm not demeaning what she's saying, but I am also saying that I thought that that guy was gonna be like way more villainous, and now I'm going to view the trailer from now on that we're just having a fun little haha spar. The Dawn Trail trailer, I don't believe for a second that that's just us like trying to kill this man. I think we're just having like a are you good enough to be my daughter's candidate or whatever? Like it just feels silly now. I feel like the first half of Dawn Trail is gonna be like really lighthearted. And when we get whenever we get to Solution 9 is where things are going to go to crap. I still don't think anyone's going to die this next DLC. I mean, they might, but I kind of doubt it. I don't know. Anyway.
So that is the way of it. My apologies if I was indelicate.
Hardly. I know little about your land,
like
and nothing about your parentage. But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met.
Very true.
If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me.
Don't cross your arms. I'm in. Oh, yo, whoa. You can't be doing that finger thing.
Apparently, the contest has involved the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valiamanda.
Valiamanda. Yes.
Tell me that has piqued your interest.
I don't even know what those are. Well, I know the city. You have my complete attention. I really want to reference Emmett. I want to reference Emmett so bad, but I play my character like a complete murder hobo. Like, she is the biggest of himbos. I don't want to say bimbo, because I feel like that's not how that word's used, but himbo. She is the biggest of himbos. Entirely. You have my complete attention. I really want Graha to be like, are you serious?
We're going to get along, you and
I like you. You're clearly a warrior. Which is... okay. It's like my least
Dural
favorite
has
job.
no shortage of unexplored frontiers and deadly fiends. You'll never want for excitement, I promise you.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not but a dreamer's fancy.
Says the dreamer who was bent on finding one when he was a child. Just because you failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Tuliolal and the Golden City. Just like in the letter to Grandfather.
Regardless of what the contest may entail, it'll be no simple thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions. So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
I want to marry you. I want to be honest. Michelle was cool. Alright. Philia was alright. Giri was nice. Lise was a mess. This might be the waifu in the game for me. This might be her. I think she is her. Big fan. Big fan of Big Lady. Height difference? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. I'm probably... Yeah, I'm with it. Okay, so let's talk about the comment you made on the Will of Hydaelyn real quick, because I said I was going to talk about it. I know that was mostly a joke, but I recognize it, to be fair, when she split what Ascians were left, when she split what Ascians are left, into 14 pieces, and you know, they had like kids upon kids, and souls got reincarnated, and new souls were created, and however the hell that works, because not every single person, there's too big of a population for it to be remotely possible that every single one of them's an Ascian. Or not an Ascian. Ascian, I keep forgetting, is like the Zodiarch followers. Not every single one, well, I guess most of them were Zodiarch followers. But not every single person's an ancient. It's not possible. Because when she sundered who was around, she sundered them into 14 pieces. Most of those pieces have been rejoined, but they've probably combined their original souls. Maybe not all of them have combined, I don't know. But point being, 14 per person. But they were on different planets, first of all. Secondly, when she did the sundering, it was after they had already sacrificed half of the population twice. So the first, they sacrificed half of the total population, and then from that half, they sacrificed half of that. So they'd already done 2 sacrifices, and then she sundered them. Meaning, we had a quarter of the original population of the ancients when she sundered people. But she sundered everything. So she also sundered a bunch of other creatures that they had probably created in Elpis and whatnot, and were roaming around the planet. Meaning that some, you know, Kryle's probably not an ancient. I mean, maybe. She does, I don't know, she has the Echo, who knows? But like Grahab, maybe not. Like, not everyone has counterparts to themselves on the other reflections. Would most of the Scions have reflection like counterparts? The other pieces of their soul, could they be ancients? Maybe. It would actually make sense, because it is said that Azim would gather their friends, and they would gather them up and then have them go on the adventures together. They would not really turn to the convocation very often. Which means that it's entirely possible that our soul led us to meeting the Scions because they used to be our friends. It's entirely possible. I would love for that to be the case, because that'd be kind of cute. But I don't think that's the case. But what I'm getting at is essentially like, they had English accents, mankind, as like a whole culture. They got sundered, so most people have English accents now. However, my argument against that is still that there's a ton of people that aren't ancients. Was the whole point of that argument, was to say that it is kind of the will of Hydaelyn, more so that she sundered a bunch of ancients into a bunch of people, which means that, like, there should be a decent amount of English-speaking people. And again, I just want to say, it's still a small population, which is why I think there should be more accents. Because when she sundered who was left, she sundered a quarter of the population into 14 pieces, barring 4: herself, La Habrea, Elidibus, and Imitselk. But everyone else got split up. Why is this important? Because when she split them into 14, she put the other pieces on other planets. So there was still only that quarter of the population on the source, and that quarter on every other planet. So that also means there's other versions of Pandæmonium out there. I just want to throw that out there. He's not dead, officially. Like, Amon is dead, but the other pieces of his soul are on the other reflections, still alive. That never became Amon. They'll probably never bring it up, but it's true. Anyway, I'm doing so many side tangents right now, but I just thought your comment was kind of fascinating. The game is afoot. Grahatia appears equal parts bewildered and excited. Dude, same. I'm mainly excited. The chance to see not only Tyrol, but the fabled Golden City besides. This is the stuff of grand adventures, my friend. Which is not to say you should hastily accept this invitation, mind. There's still a great deal we do not know. So let us begin to rectify that by first getting acquainted with our visitor in the manner she suggests. I'm not certain what might be a suitable location for her hunt, however. When I was at the guild earlier, I learned about the petition from researchers on the Isle of Ham. You went there not long ago and called some unruly fauna. Of course, it's not called some unruly fauna, of course. But according to recent reports, other ordinarily docile fauna have grown savage. It's believed that they've been unsettled by some manner of predator, and so the researchers seek assistance with identifying and dispatching it. As part of your hunt, perhaps you might answer the petition? The isle isn't far, and we would also be helping those in need. That works for me. Just so you know, I've honed my skills against some of the fiercest beasts in Tyrol. Whatever this creature is, it had better be able to put up a proper fight, or it'll end before we have even the chance to get acquainted. I do like her a lot. Are you gonna speak up about your letter, or you just gonna keep it to yourself? Before we can prove ourselves capable and dependable companions... my apologies, but I must see to some preparations. Pray go on ahead to the Isle. I will join you as soon as possible. If the rest of you are ready, let us head to the harbor. This being guild ship business, should be simple enough to secure a vessel. I really need to spend more time learning his accent, and now hers. Because I feel like I just can't, I can't do it justice, you know? It's better than ERP. Let's go! Don't mind this. I'm advertising. Shh. Don't worry about it. Why am I going to... I want water. Bro, I love this game. It's so nice. I know what this guy has. I need to do those too. I have so much side content I really need to do. I have a lot. Barring the relics, I still have so much. So we have to take a ship? Ah, and I've barely set foot on dry land. Oh well, I suppose it's for a good cause. A hunt! Come on, let's get going. Hit me with those cutscenes. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yes. Oh, back here again. Oh yeah, this is the island he was talking about.
From here, we must walk.
So much ice. It rivals even Yogg-Tural. Ooh, a white bear. I wonder what it tastes like.
Remember, we're here to deal with creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
I know. I know.
I'll be looking up that voice actress here in a second.
So this is the isle where ether literally bursts forth.
She's really good. And I feel like I recognize her voice.
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
You really are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos, however.
Brother.
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
This brother of yours, he has been to Sharlayan.
He has. Kona's my second older brother.
Second?
And until recently, he was a student in the city.
And Willie keeps getting bigger. I bet he's not a Hrothgar, is he?
He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day. And so I did. I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studium.
He went to the studium? Your brother must be quite a scholar. But I wonder, like you, he'd be royalty, yes? With such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret.
It feels like it's trying to say it's somebody that I know. You know what I mean?
Being Mikote, he had no trouble blending in. He's adopted like me, you see.
Is he the white-haired Mikote in the poster for Dawn Trail? The one with the glasses? That everyone was like, oh, it's Graha. And then I was like, well, at least when me and my friends were looking at Dawn Trail, we were like, oh, it's Graha. But it very, very clearly wasn't.
One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain, hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
I'm not much of a talker anyway. Hey, can you change your name with a Fantasia?
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can.
Because when they update the and then they give you the Fantasia for Dawn Trail, I kind of want to change my name. I don't think I want to change my race or anything like that. Just kind of like make it look a little nicer. Especially her lips. Her lips are a little pale all the time, no matter what makeup I put on.
The researcher should be just ahead.
Okay.
There. The building to the northeast.
Okay.
So,
The
ordinarily
dungeon.
harmless
Got
creatures have
voice
grown
acting going on.
savage.
What the?
Don't know what's got them riled up. But
What?
I'll take down any that thinks to try me.
Hold on. You throwing me off right now.
Right. Let's hunt our fill.
Voice acting out of like in the middle of this was crazy. Not expecting that.
Look! Someone's in trouble.
How much time do I have?
Yeah. Taste my axe.
These animals are usually so docile.
Thank goodness you've come. I take it you're the one who answered our petition. Wait, aren't you? Yeah, you are! More Metal, the adventurer who saved our star! Would that our meeting be under better circumstances? I was conducting a routine inspection of the transporter here when I suddenly found myself surrounded. You'll find more of the same across the chasm. Once docile animals grown strangely aggressive. My colleagues there can tell you more. If you'll give me just a moment, I can finish checking our equipment. No.
You really are famous.
And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself.
Quite an interesting contraption you've got here.
Is that our petitioner? Let's go and have a
This
chat.
is the strangest dungeon/duty thing that I've ever done. This is so... I love it, though. The adventurer come to answer my petition, I presume. We're most fortunate to have one of your considerable skill here to aid us. A creature of unknown origins has been sighted on the island in recent days, and we believe its presence has affected the local fauna. The animals beyond this gate are the worst affected we've encountered thus far, though we dare not go back. Your task is to quell any threats you find and search for traces of the beast responsible for all of this. If you should find anything at all, we would be most grateful if you would share it with us.
I'll handle this.
Yo, why did I activate it?
Is that all? Come on, let's pick up the creature's trail.
Gosh. Man, I keep pressing the button. She's killed everyone. Find ravaged beast remains, torn to shreds by sharp talons.
These claw marks. I've seen their like before. It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
fine feathers are scattered about the ground. There are signs of a fierce struggle.
Feathers. But did they belong to the predator or the prey?
That's proximity based. What is this?
So, how do you prefer our prey?
I love
Roasted
it. I'm
or
just
raw?
so confused.
You presume it's even safe to eat?
Cloying stench of fresh leavings assails your nostrils. Whatever beast left them is likely still close by.
Still fresh. Whatever this beast, it cannot be far.
Suppose they're upset we disturbed their home.
Who knows? If they're spoiling for a fight, then they've got one.
Let's head back and report what we found.
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey. Ah! What is that thing? It speaks?
Is that a blasphemy? Is that a leftover blasphemy? What
It's
is
heading towards the
happening?
falls.
I can see that, Graha.
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
Okay.
Come, Woklamat.
Right. Just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
That's the same. Okay.
Forgive me, but I failed to see a
Yeah.
difference.
I'm getting hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat.
Caught me by surprise! Caught me by surprise!
Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit!
Who is her? It sounds so familiar. We're doing a 3-person fight? I guess a prep time. Alright.
Talk all you like, bird. I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you. Ah, shut up already, you blasted bird!
Yo.
I've never seen such an enormous colibri.
Not good. Quickly, gather together. I've got you.
Yo.
That was too close.
Steady now.
Oh, I was in the middle of that? Ah.
Damn it.
Spread out, everyone!
Oh, bruh.
You pay for that.
Oh no! That almost got me killed. Do I have to break them out? I do.
Thank you. Just getting started.
Shut it.
That was hardly a tickle. Try this. Nothing to it. We have you now, you loudmouth bastard!
Throw everything you have at it.
Almost got to my last six-sided star. Not six-sided star. What it's called. I actually don't like use six-sided star at all. I've never seen on any rotation list for Monk.
And I had barely limbered up.
It was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
So she's not a wannabe. She's true to her word, but she has not experienced enough, or maybe she's just not cut out for it and is trying to deny that she can take it. I feel like she's trying to force herself because she's potentially next in line. Might be what's happening here.
Only to be expected. You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt. But what a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tural, they don't grow so big or use such dirty
Are we gonna
tricks.
tell her to look behind herself? We're just expecting her to know.
Dirty tricks! Dirty tricks!
Aye, dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
Leave this to me.
Already can do that? I thought that would be like a bit more of like a, oh,
Cryo.
I've unlocked that. Oh, she gets it in Dawn Trail. Okay. I want a good reason.
I am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety. It was all I could do to keep up with her after I explained what happened.
So this is what you meant by seeing to preparations?
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you.
Oh, that's her earrings, the thing that she got for the letter. Is it like one? Is it like a job stone? Like a job crystal?
In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Wuklamut. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
I'm glad to have been of service.
May I ask what inspired this change?
Yeah, really.
You will recall the time you descended to the ethereal sea in search of Heidelin. Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar, rather than join you. It was the same when you set forth for Ultima Thule. How it pained me to stay behind, again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft. As you all have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute. And after much deliberation, I arrived at my answer. With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy. As I recall, you have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style.
He's a simp.
What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Cryle.
Indeed. I must say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there any particular reason?
She's gonna take that throne right out of Wuklamut's hands. I want to be king.
Yes,
Queen.
there is. This letter from Tuli Yolal. It was addressed to my grandfather Galuf, and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
While much of it isn't legible, it appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
A request to investigate the Golden City? From the Dawn Servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Being a member of the royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this. Given how culturally diverse Tuliyollal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one. The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no? This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, it would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
Interesting. Okay.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems my grandfather indeed had dealings with Tuliyollal. I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there. In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
By all means. After all, learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt.
Indeed.
We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
We're eating that.
Hold on. I'm having chest pain. It's okay. I'm only in my 20s. It's definitely not concerning. It's very concerning. Oh. Why? That was all very interesting. I feel like... I don't know. Level 90. Maybe that's the 24 mans. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I'm kind of trying not to say it, but my interest is not. My interest is still piqued by the trailers, but my interest has not been piqued by this so far. Like, I don't know the purpose of finding the Golden City. Like, who lived there? You know? No, I get it. We're Azim. As the 14th seat, we need to go and explore. Not only because Emmett said so, because it's technically our job, and we want to do that anyway. But I think they go out of everything that he talked about. The Golden City was probably the least interesting part to me. So, because he was like, the ruins beneath the bounty. I was like, ooh, going underwater. And we did that, and we went to the 13th, so that was cool. And then he was like, oh, and then the true identities of the 12, which are, I guess, maybe answered in the 24 mans, because I'm pretty sure it's about the 12. So that's taken care of. And then he was like, there's the continent of Mericidia, which we aren't even going to Mericidia. They showed it on the map covered by clouds when they were showing off the map at FanFest, and they never showed like, I don't think Mericidia is involved. They could be. I could be wrong. Having everything localized on those two sections of the continent that we're going to be going to in Dawn Trail, at least initially, might not be it. Because, I mean, considering that we went to Thavnair, Garlemald, the Moon, and Elpis, those are like 4 locations. However, other than the Moon and well, each of them are kind of small locations. Like, Thavnair is small. Garlemald is also small. The Moon feels large, especially when you can't fly initially, but it's small. Sort of. There's a lot of empty space in the Moon. And then, which is the Moon, makes sense. But then, Elpis even is like small. It's like all the islands are separated. It's probably the biggest location in Endwalker. I think Elpis might be the biggest location. So these are 2 full, like, at least it looked like it was like 2 continents connected by that bridge you see in the trailer. I don't know what those hand motions were. Don't think about it too hard. So I don't know. It seems like since those places are so much bigger, I feel like if you took Thavnair and Garlemald and the Moon and put them together, they would not meet the size of what those continents would end up being. Again, I could be wrong, but I don't know. In Stormblood, we got Garabanya in the east, but the east is very big. The east was a very big location. Garabanya is kind of large. I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking nonsense, but anyway. Well, now, there's a famished face if I've ever seen one. What can I get you, Mometal? Oh, bird meat from the hunt, you say? Leave it to me. I have just the recipe. It's a new dish I recently learned from some sailors, and for you lot, it's on the house. Have as much as you like, you hear? Well, yeah, we brought the meat. What the? Who's love as much as we like?
Come, come. Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together.
She's gonna hate it because Charlian's like the British, and they don't. It's not gonna be seasoned enough or something for her.
I'd heard that Charlian cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
My expectations have been subverted so hard that I don't know what to do with myself.
What is this? It smells spicy.
Oh, because he got the recipe from sailors. Okay, so it's not
Oh,
Charlian.
come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
According to Dickon, intensely hot dishes have become popular in Razadhan after a traveller ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice.
Oh,
So
Zero!
he started offering the
Zero,
same
you
in order to
killed
please
our
the growing
new
Harnish
friend.
population here in Sharlayan.
It's nothing I can't handle.
Your boorish manners reflect poorly on the both of us. I wish you would consider your station.
It's the small things. It is
I
the small
swear,
things.
sometimes it feels like you open your mouth
So
only
much.
to criticize.
Would I be correct in assuming you've known each other for a long time?
Now you're gonna tell me Aaronville's part of the royal family.
Aye, thick as thieves since we were little.
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
I see. I see.
This is awkward.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known
You should have
sooner.
known. His accent
There's
was
so
different.
much I'd like to ask.
If it don't-
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
I don't know how.
Well, if he's going to be a miser, I'll be happy to tell you about our homeland instead. Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long. The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
And that's how Tuliolal came to be.
Interesting.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace. But my father is getting old, and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One who can preserve his legacy. Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
Is it you? Because you're directly related?
A man who is too ambitious by half.
Oh, okay. I know. I see what you're saying now.
Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
It wouldn't work.
After everything
tell
my
you-
father has done to give us
Okay.
peace, he would drag us back into war.
I'm sure this guy has like an evil plan involving like Solution 9 or something. But even if he got his peeps over here, it would not. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. There's no way. There's no way. And I tell you why. I tell you why. Because the Scions, first of all. Secondly, we got at least 2 dragons running around. Like Vritra alone would not let any of that happen. The Eorzean alliance is like the strongest it's ever been. Girabania is like being rebuilt as we speak. Garlemald is finally getting on its own 2 feet again, and Garlemald's on our side now. So, you know, depending on how long this contest takes and how long it takes him to even get like, and we have the Eastern Alliance with us. He would literally be like, unless he's got an Ultima weapon, which we've destroyed. Before, I mean, the man's gonna get his butt handed to him. Like, it clearly he has not done his research. Even if he has an evil plan that's like oh, he could actually win with this, he should look our name up, because I don't know. I don't know. I'll let the villains cook. It's, you know, let them cook. It's not gonna be a very good dish, I don't think. I'm just saying, I don't think it's gonna work.
I can't allow it. No matter what, I must win this contest.
Wouldn't he still need to convince? Like, is everyone just gonna blindly follow the Dawn Servant?
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
Oh, it's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it. The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies. That's why I sought you out. Through our hunt, I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well. And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tulihualal? You don't need to decide right this moment. But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stay here as long as I can while waiting for your answer.
In that case, allow us to prepare a room for you at the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you. Oh, and one more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
I'm sure. Go ahead. So, I'm assuming that Urion J and Thancred are with one of the other contestants then. One of the other candidates for the throne. I'm assuming it's not the bad guy. But... I wonder if it's just those two. Because... Alright. We gotta think about how the Scions are split here. In the trailer, we know that Alphino's with us. Along with... so yeah, we know Alphino's with us. So, in terms of the Scions, we have... On our side, at the very least, Alphino, Graha, and Kryl are... And me... Us, right? Are the Wuk-Lamat team. Thancred and Urion J are on another team. I don't know if Y'shtola is involved, Estinian's there, and I don't know where Alice is at. She might be with Alphino, but she wasn't seen on the ship. She could have come with us. Maybe she's there to explore. I really don't know. But we know that we're going to be up against Thancred and Urion J at the very least. And I feel like it's going to turn into... I feel like the plotline is going to be... I'm making a prediction. I feel like the plotline is going to end up being that... Because as they said in the trailer, or like at FanFest, that the Scions are going to end up divided. I don't think it's going to be super dramatic. But I think it could be. It could be. But I think what it would end up being is the first time in a long time that the Scions have had a clash in ideals. Maybe the other candidates are just... I don't even know. Like, just... I'm not sure. I'm interested to see, though, how it goes. Alright, Annabelle? Whether Wuk-Lamat has the makings of a ruler, I couldn't say. But I do know that she deeply cares for her nation and her people. Whether you choose to help her, though, is for you and you alone to decide. Think on it well. Now then, it's past time I reported our mission success to the guild ship. I would have done so sooner, except Her Highness needed to have her royal meal. I shall come by the annex later. Till then. What's your problem with her? You know what I mean? What's your deal? I think Baba Ganoush is actually my class's I'm pretty sure it is. Karaha is mulling over what you've learned. Well, I dare say we now have a fair grasp of Wuklamat's situation. Still, you've been afforded time to consider her invitation. Why not use it to learn more about Tyrol? Numenon is bound to have some information on the continent. Why not? Quite right. Not only would it help you to make an informed decision, but if you do choose to go, you would be better prepared for what awaits. Come, my friend, let us be off to the archives. Yay, research. I am interested, I just hope this isn't like super boring exposition or anything. So much side content to do. Guess we'll go to the studio. Oh yeah, I forgot Pudding Way was out here reading. The origins of blue magic can be traced back to the esoteric practices of Wallaki, a tribe in the distant continent of Tyrol. The tribe holds nature in the highest, and in seeking to cultivate a spiritual connection with it, they have learned to harness the power of the wildlife around them. Interesting. Oh, these are the Beastmasters. In exchange for teaching them the common tongue, I was permitted to live among them and train in their ways. Those days were some of the most grueling I remember, but they were tremendously rewarding. Principles of blue magic and spell acquisition. So, interesting. So this is a blue mage talking about Beastmasters. For instance, I had the privilege of visiting Lapis Canyon, the tribe's sacred grounds. It is so named for the cerulean deposit that wells up to the surface, turning the entire canyon a brilliant blue. Interesting. That sounds beautiful. Under a shaman's watchful eye, I finally managed to master the Wallaki's art and make the animal's powers my own. As no name existed for it in the common tongue, I took the liberty of naming it blue magic. The reason I chose this color, as you will have... Oh no, this is just blue mage, this isn't a beastmaster. Never mind. The reason I chose this color, as you will have doubtless gleaned, is for the significance it holds to the Wallaki. I cannot think of a name more fitting to honor the people from whom this noble magic was born. Is that written by the Blue Mage Quest Guide? What's his name? Martine? Something like that. Sitting in an old doll right now. So I have my Blue Mage at like level 5. It is impossible to adequately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of that land from which many of our modern-day staples hail, the far western continent of Tyrol. Ogre pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, and even the ubiquitous popoto. These crops, and more that regularly grace Eorzean dining tables, trace their origins to the New World, as the place is known to most. The tale of this culinary immigration begins in the year 1498 of the 6th Astral Era, when a Limousin sailor named Kettenram successfully traversed the Indigo Deep to arrive at the theretofore unknown continent. Kettenram spent several moons exploring inland, in the course of which he encountered the denizens of the sprawling nation of Mamulja. He was even granted an audience with their supreme leader, whose confidence he won along with permission to roam freely. Kettenram would return to Tyrol several times, but during his first expedition he charted the land and gathered a myriad root vegetables and seeds to bring back to Limsa. The most notable of these is the Popoto, whose ease of cultivation and nutritional value saw it quickly spread to all corners of Eorzea. Fascinating. Produce was far from the only bounty of Cuttenram's expeditions to Tyrol. Many tantalizing recipes, such as the bean-filled burrito, and gripping legends such as that of the Golden City, reached our shores by way of a ship. To those outside of Cuttenram's circle, Tyrol largely remains shrouded in mystery, yet its influence on our cuisine cannot be overstated. Many scholars, myself included, would relish the chance to immerse themselves in the culinary culture of that faraway continent. I just want to see something real quick. Considering how far the east is from the west, not to reference the Christian song, from one scarred hand to the other, but I mean, Tyrol's like right. Tyrol, at least by the map, is like right here, right? Mara City is right here. Tyrol's here. So, considering the distance here, maybe because the land, it's hard to tell with these clouds. Does the land go like straight up and then around this way? Like, is it all 100% connected? Because I could have sworn there was sea over here or something like that. I don't know. I guess what I'm asking is, or what I'm trying to understand is, like, why do we not have contact with them more, if this is the case? Why don't we have contact with Mericidia more often? Why isn't, like, Thanalan should have the most amount of, or Lenosha, Thanalan and Lenosha should have the most amount of contact with Mericidia down here. Thavnir should have a lot of contact. East should have a lot of contact. Are these places we've been? I'm getting really distracted, but I'm just kind of fascinated because this is Doma, Sangashi. It's got Kugane. Namai, House of the Fierce. Doman Enclave, which. I don't think we've been here. Oh yeah, and didn't Emmett mentioned the frozen waters of the Blind Frost and Authard's North? So here? So we haven't been to this section or this section. We don't know everything about here, he said. There's all these clouds here. There's Mericidia down here. There's Tyrol over here. There's so much. This entire world is Gineminosaurus. Every land has given rise to unique wildlife, and the continent of Tyrol is no exception. Yet, while some of her creatures have become a familiar sight in Eorzea, many and more exist that are rarely seen this side of the Indigo Deep. This tome introduces a select variety of species as described in the testimonies of sailors and adventurers. Alpaca. Accustomed to Tyrol's craggy mountain ranges, this four-legged beastkin has been domesticated for seemingly hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Their soft, white fleece is highly prized by weavers, while their strong legs and sure-footedness make them capable beasts of burden. Wyvre, wyver. This ferocious scalekin is native to the dense jungles of Tyrol. The Mamulja have succeeded in taming them and utilized their prodigious strength for manual labor. Given their immense size and power, it should come as no surprise that the wyver is also employed as a siege beast, Enemy fortifications cannot long withstand this horned brute's rampage. Valley Armanda. Turali folklore holds that this bird-like creature is the mightiest of beasts and the very embodiment of nature's power. Whether it exists beyond myth, however, is uncertain. She would say we're gonna fight one of those things? It's crazy. I'm gonna ignore that person's clan name. Let us begin by comparing the geographical characteristics of the three great continents and Tyrol. The former stretches from east to west and lies entirely within the northern hemisphere. So is it Eorzea, Ilzabard, and Othard? Are those the three continents? I'm not really fully clear as like what Othard is. Like I don't know if Othard's just like a country, a continent, or what. Or is it just the east? I don't know. In contrast, the latter extends to the far reaches of both northern and southern hemispheres, and a difference immediately presents itself in the form of climate variance. Shifts in climate tend to be gentler when moving east to west, but harsher when moving north and south. Owing to this fact, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether it be by men, animals, or plants. The case in point is the Alligans, who rose to power on Aldenard before advancing east into Ilsabard. Their movement would be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Aldenard. Meanwhile, although the disparate tribes of Tyrol waged war with one another for generations, stymied by the climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Tribes hailing from frozen lands withered beneath the desert sun, while those that thrived in open plains could not pierce the dense jungle. Such was the way of it, until the leader of the Mamulja succeeded in bringing the continent under one banner. Given the land's divided history and the reason thereof, one cannot help but be in awe of this feat. Truly, it is a testament to the autarch's greatness. I'm gonna need to look up a video just to get a history lesson on the continent structure in this game and where exactly things are, because I feel like the open world map is like super just incorrect in a lot of ways. Scour the library to satisfaction, have you? Excellent. Well, there are a few books wholly dedicated to the subject of Tyrol. I dare say you found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. Hello, the Gold Whisker. But come, let's continue this outside. The marmots do not take kindly to chatter. Get water really badly. Now then, I'm quite keen to hear your honest impressions. Oh, gosh. I couldn't help but notice that we read the very same book on cuisine. I was pleasantly surprised to find references to Tyrol within. Among them, did anything in particular pique your interest? Potos. I have a newfound appreciation for it. That's funny. I'm not any of these. I'm more fascinated by the. I was more fascinated by the last one. I just don't care about a city of gold. Dude, what if the city of gold is solution 9? And the word gold in their tongue means something different than ours? As we were just talking about, like, the language barrier being so different. That would really suck. If that were the case, but. Ah, yes, the renowned Lumenson explorer who traversed the Indigo Deep and discovered the unknown West. And his accomplishments didn't end there. He traveled Tyrol extensively and even forged a friendship with the Dawn Servant. If we were able to meet Ketenram, what things we could learn. Alas, all of this happened nigh 80 years ago, and he may no longer be alive to tell us tales. But moving on, did you perchance learn aught of the fauna of Tyrol? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would interest you. Alpacas. Ah, yes, the alpaca. In addition to serving as beasts of burden, they provide clothing for people by way of their lush fleece. They are especially prized by mountain tribes, who hold certain rare specimens sacred. I thought I heard familiar voices. Fancy running into the two of you here? Well, have some research of your own, do you? Aye. We hope to arm ourselves with the knowledge that may benefit the Garlean people. Having forged a new trade agreement with Rods at Hon, they will next look to foster relations with other nations. This includes former imperial provinces. In view of this, we hope to find hints in history on how neighbors of differing races and ideologies might engage with one another. And what of the two of you? What endeavor brings you here this day? A nation composed of the disparate peoples of Tyrol. I dare say this is precisely the kind of example we seek. We do well to read up on Tuliolo ourselves. The Tuliolo is going to mess me up, dude. The contest. Is Mohametal the only one allowed to help Wolkelamot? There was no mention of such restrictions, as I recall. On the contrary, Wolkelamot gave us the impression that she could have several champions. Okay, so they're both on Wolkelamot's team. I think I know how to make the most of our respite. Follow me, Alphino. We have planning to do. So, I'm going to assume Wolkelamot's our main one. Thancred. I'm going to say Thancred, Urianger, Estinian, and Y'shtola have another one. The evil man's on his own with his own team. And then there's the fourth one is just a goofball. The fourth one's got to be a goofball. Ali say, wait. Twould seem our plans have changed. You will excuse me. My coat is clipping through the seat so hard. They never could rest on their laurels. Come, let us return to the annex. Why they're doing this to me. The one thing I never liked about this game is walking to like an almost location for like no reason. So now I'm already here, but now I gotta turn around. Yeah, because this was less walking than taking before out there. voice acted, isn't it?
Oh, it's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story.
Oh yeah, duh. With us, for sure, we have not heard everything.
What about you, my friend? Are you inclined to accept or refuse Worklamat's request? Ha! I thought you might say that. With an intrepid attitude such as yours, I believe all shall be well. Be it the contest or something else, there will be many trials for you to overcome at your destination. But in the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you'll surely find a way forward. That's what adventurers do, is it not? Such a journey would be the envy of many a scholar. Distant as it is, Tural remains largely unknown to us, with only meager records to be found in Numenon. The experiences to be had, all the things you might hear, feel, and think.
Oh, yo, he's possessed!
It's enough to stir me to the core.
Idle. Get out of my mans! I got you, buddy!
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it.
Yeah, bro.
Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another. Ah, but there's an idea.
I zoned out a little bit. What I did?
I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
Okay. It's good to crack your neck against. Be careful with this thing. Anyone can tell who this is from. Grid? We're gonna have to kill you? You're lucky I don't actually have any levels in Samurai at all. Lucky indeed. Which I know is blasphemy. I'm such a loser that I like stick to one class whenever I play games like this. I don't like to branch out. I really should have, because it just seems like so much fun, because I have friends like this where just like they just started recently. And they got this one at 69, 50. I think that's the unlock level. That's the unlock level. That's also the unlock level. But they got Astrologian up. But they've unlocked these. They've been bouncing around them. They even got their crafters leveled a little bit, like all of them. They just started not too long ago. So I really should branch out. It's gonna be fun. I think I'm actually gonna say this. I think that I'm probably gonna be a Viper main for Dawntrail. I think I'm going to completely job switch. I don't think I'm going to do Monk next DLC. I think I'm actually going to do Viper for the entire story. which is going to require, the only bad thing about that is the necessity that I'm going to have to I'm going to be required to level because it's going to be level 80. So I'm going to have to do 10 levels of leveling before I can hop on the train of the story, which is going to be not fun. I think is how that works. Did my camera just glitch? I thought I just saw it at the corner of my eye and the camera glitched. Either that or a bug flew right in front of the lens. Welcome back, Mo Metal. If you're looking for Wooglamat, she is currently with the others in her chambers. If you like, I can go and fetch them for you. Understood. Please wait in the main hall. You can't even see Tuliolo on here. Teral or Maricidia, this map is... Is that Garuda? Looks like Garuda, kind of. Is that a Moogle King? Oh my god, it's the Moogle God! Can I read that? Please tell me I can read this. Hold on, I need to get up. Oh, good King Moogle Mog. To something Google? He something them to the promised land. Oh, to save his people, he brought them, carried them to the promised land, but in the this K-looking one's an H. So this is an H here. This is an E. That's an E there. That's the. So K-E. And this is N, because it ends in upside down. Looks like a U. Like a backwards U. I've taken a lot of time to understand the actual... Because these letters aren't nonsense. They're just like weirdly warped English letters. But... to... himself in the he can you even see that? You can't see that shit. All Moogles his... Dang, I completely deciphered the top part. A good King Moogle Mog. To save his people, he... something them... Well, I almost completely got it. Something them to the promised land. But... something to something himself... in the something he something. I can't tell what that letter is. Wait, let me look up here. To save. Okay, let's look at save. That's an S, which is the weird... There's another one on Promised Land. Let's see if I can find that. That's an N, right? No, it's not. It's close to it, though. That's an L. That's an L. This is an E, so something L-E. But... is it the name of a Moogle? No. This is an A. Because this is land, promised land. That's an A. I think this is a D. So ADL, ADLE, ADLE, Adel. But it's not a G, is it? Hold on. They're like the Moogles. No, because a G just got that weird swoop around. Which is here. In his glorious aha! All Moogles await his glorious return. All Moogles await his glorious return. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. This is also an L. Type that out a little bit. So that's what it looks like it says. It looks like it says M-N-A-D-L-E, like Manadal. Manadal. But Manadal to something himself. But it's not Manadal. What is that word? It looks like A-D-L-E, but it might not be. It's not an E. That's what a W looks like. Glorious. That's what an R looks like. This weird thing right here. G. Follow my cursor. G L O R. This thing right here. I O U S. It's glorious. This is H-I-S, so his glorious, and this is return. This is a weird exclamation point. But, oh, this is a U. This is a U. This is a U. Oh. Unable. But unable to something himself. But unable to lower himself. Okay, I got it. I have it fully translated. Okay, it's... I got so distracted by this. But I'm so fascinated. Okay. O good King Moogle Mog, to save his people, he lowered them to the promised land, but unable to lower himself. I never translated these words. Dang it. We're close. Unable, but unable to lower himself in the... H-E-A-V... Oh, okay. But unable to lower himself in the heavens, he remained. All Moogles await his glorious return. Let's go. You can translate anything in this game if you figure out what the letters are. And I did a long time ago. Because I was staring at something in the Manderville saucer, and I was like, these aren't like just like messing around letters. Like these are like the English letters that have been extremely warped. That's right. That's right. I can read Eorzean, baby. I can read Eorzean. I feel a little proud of myself. I'm not gonna front. I feel a little proud of myself. I didn't have to look. Hold on. Well, whatever. Whatever's going on with that. I was trying to move something else and it wouldn't let me. All right. Yeah. I feel pretty cool. Anything else to translate? I'm on a roll now. No, these are actually way too blurry to even read. You're supposed to be able to read that one. Is there anything else in here that I can read? Of course, the fucking Moogle thing is the only thing that you're able to just read. For whatever reason. Alright. I need to get water. Okay, once this mission's done, I'm gonna get water. And heat the last bit of my quesadilla back up and eat that. Hello.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on then. Let's hear it.
I wish to boldly go where I've never gone before.
Then you need me as much as I need you. Together we'll blaze new trails in Tural.
Let's go!
You're not planning to leave without us, are you?
I still think Alice's outfit looks a little goofy.
Alphino, Alice! What are you two doing here?
We happened to cross paths at Numenon earlier, you see, and I told them about Wuklamat. And when we fortuitously met again at the Agora just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who were sneaking after Erenville as toads.
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that.
First impressions last.
He's right. He's right. She's puffing her cheeks. That's crazy. She literally, they're still teenagers. They're still teenagers.
'Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your
Geniuses.
acquaintance, your
Other
highness.
teenagers.
Alphino Leveilleur at your service, and this is my sister Alice.
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles. So, you want to participate in the contest too, is that right?
Indeed we do. We've been assisting with the rebuilding effort in Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
The
All good
more the
motives,
merrier,
all
I
good
say.
motives.
And I'd be keen to learn
I
about
think I'm being a
Eorzea
little too
and Garlemald from you as well.
Clinical on analyzing all this.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
What is your deal, bro?
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable. They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers and spare them grisly deaths. I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on the City of Gold.
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
Perhaps I was. Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
You have nothing to worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
But, Raha...
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Don't make her cry.
Thank you, Raha. Thank you.
I was gonna get sad.
Well, looks like it's settled. I'm counting on you all to help me win the throne.
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune on at the Agora.
A map. Just gonna put it in the middle and they're in the correct spot.
There.
Oh, it's the fool.
This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loperids. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies. The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
There's Maricidia. And over there was the... There's still a cloud-covered southern part. Look, there's all those clouds on the southern part. What is down there? Give it to this Endwalker music. We're past that. We're gonna get a meanwhile with like some villains. Gonna get the bad guys. Oh! End credits. Roll those credits. It's a good setup. It's a good setup. Now I know why they're doing the credits. Or why they're doing the song. Ooh, that's some good art. I'm studying how they drew these. Is that the weapon she used to use? Is there ever a time we've seen Kryl fight? That does not look like Graha. That is someone wearing a wig. Like, objectively, it's good art, but, like, compared to Graha, it's not right. Born from blood of a fallen brothers. Time stood still, oaths fulfilled. Now we go for freedom. She dances on oh. Door. Lost those last couple lyrics. Lip. Cena Breyer, I believe that's the. That doesn't sound like a familiar name. Cena Breyer. IMDb. It's not a familiar name, and she doesn't look familiar either. So maybe I don't know this voice. Especially because she seems... She's new. The mere fact that she's new is why I'm... She's done. Her first like listed thing was in 2018, and most of those were podcast series. So this is like her first real role. And looking at the rest of them, this is her first like huge real role, and she's doing a good job. She's doing a very good job. Luke Lamont might put her on the map. I've only had Wook Lamont for a day and a half, but if anything happened to her, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself. Fair. Oh, that fan art's pretty cool. So purple on my camera, I don't know how to fix it. My camera's too garbage to be fixed. Okay, people are saying that she has topped other characters as their favorite character. She's great, But let's not get hasty, okay? She hasn't had any character development time. You can say that at the end of Dawn Trip. Or at least a bit of the way into it. First couple of missions, it can't just be like, ah, she's better. You haven't gotten to know her yet. She could have some crazy flaws that you hate. You gotta be careful about that type of stuff. Just like falling in love with people or characters right off the rip. Like, you know, for example, like the obsession with Jenna Ortega. I got a celebrity crush on Jenna Ortega. She's pretty, she's a good actress, but I don't know her, so I'm not gonna be like, she's a goddess. You know what I mean? So the automatic of Woklamat being like your favorite character, she might not be. Someone else, like, one of the other characters we haven't met in Tyrol might come along. Maybe her brother is a cooler character than her. Maybe he's a jerk. Maybe that makes her look better. Maybe her dad is super awesome. Maybe Galul Ja is like crazy, like cool old sage wise advice man. Dual head Mamulja that just like straight up becomes like a mentor to us, you know? You don't know. You don't know what's gonna happen. And she could be your favorite character. Who knows? I'm just, I'm putting caution out there. I like this song. The song that the castle had was nice. That's something I would listen to on the regular. It is supposed to make you uncomfortable, and it works. But it's also really good. Project Assistants. Maiko Araki, Aimi Minami, Tomoko Ona, Shiho Takamatsu, Sato Yamashita, Toshihiko Maeda, Makoto Sato, Hitomi Ando, Miki Fukuda, Midori Ito, Takashi Ito, Yu Shiga, Hiroyuki Takuchi, Tomoki Maine, Megumi Araki, they're going too fast. Takyu Nagashima, Lilian Kwo, Yuki Onozuka, Eri Hamada, Shiori Iso, Shinpei Toyota. No. Go, Kinuya! Sami Fujita, Takao Oishi, Shingo Inoue, Koki Iwatani, Aya Hasagawa, Fumiya Naoi, Yuri Harano. Look at all those. Look at these composers. Project Assistant. Music. Vocals T. Just T. Lowercase. What? I have to look that up now. Is that like a band? T? I know that I can skip these, but I still get nervous that I can't. Also thanks to Daboom Haley. That's a lot of engineers. My God, that's a lot of engineers. Chris, I'm not going to see your name in here, am I? My God, it's still going. These are all the engineers. Yang Wang, Takashi Watanabe, so many. Oh my goodness. Oh, we're finally done. Finally done with the engineers. There's a lot of engineers. More engineers. Now the CRM. Oh, it's already over. Way shorter list. Judging by the pictures, we're almost done. Yep. Square Enix list, chief of staff. Vice Pret Larry, Simon, Benjamin, Francesca, Rebecca, Anita, Luke, Mark, Gary, Cameron, Lisa. Some of these are throwing me off. David Young. I never saw it say anything about the Americas or Europe or anything, so I was not expecting these names at all. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, so they're just like walking and hanging out. Okay, sure. Why not? This is why you don't skip. This is why you don't skip. Look at them flying. Look at them together, flying around. That's why you don't skip the credits. You get these special little moments. I skipped them for the previous post-game credits. So I think there were some last patch. Maybe. I honestly don't know. I think I skipped them if there were. I regret it. Regret it now. There's got to be a post cutscene with like a bad guy, Thancred and Urianger, maybe the 13th. Maybe it's involved. I want something spicy. I don't want anything too vague. I don't deal well with too vague. We're still going. I thought we would be done. I think I can skip now. I don't know what to believe. Bro. Lest you wonder about your passage to Tyrol, Aridville will arrange a ship through his guild. You need only worry about your own preparations. Speaking of which, please take this with you, a rugged and ready knapsack. May it serve you well on your coming adventures. Now, I'm not sure when departure will be, but rest assured I'll let you know when I hear something. Till then, please take your ease. What? Meanwhile, Limsa, not exactly what I expected, but cool. It's gonna be Urianger and Thancred meeting with their client, right? It's Justinian.
When does the next ship set sail?
May I ask your destination?
The north and east, I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
West, you say?
He's just going there on a whim. This man's not involved at all. Estinian's just heading there just cuz. That's crazy.
I see you've made up your mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
But to think that our comrades too are thither bound. Fate doth work in mysterious ways.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
Ah, they are with one of the other contestants.
If the prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition. Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
Oh, how could I possibly be, knowing what's to come?
Then let us delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
Aye. This will be a mission to remember. Come, my friend. We make for Tyrol.
Why is he walking like that?
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World?
Trying not to cry. Weigh anchor now. The tide is high, and dawn of new adventure nigh. Row forth to break horizon's bond and tread the gilded path beyond. I think that's what that said. I didn't see the last word. I just did with what rhymes in my brain. Alright. Where was it that you could... I had to go to... I never remember this crap. It's on here, isn't it? I gotta go to, like... Okay. Oh, there's a repair person right here. Well, I think it's about time we go and start doing Pandæmoniums. A little bit of a break. I will be right back. I am going to... go and refill my water and heat up this last bit of my quesadilla. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes, hopefully with my friends, or at least a couple of them, one of them, I don't know, and hit the Pandæmonium. So, hope to see you there. Bye-bye. Be right back. Hello. Uh, I don't know where to go. I guess I just go into the Unsundered world. Assuming the quest's still there. Oh no, I gotta go here. I haven't gone back here in forever, so I really don't know where I'm going right now. I'm assuming this is where the quest is, because I don't think I have it in my journal. What's going on? Pandæmonium? I don't even remember the plot so far. That's part of the problem. I don't remember the red-haired guy's name. Yeah, that dude up there. Yeah, Themis and Thonios, who's supposedly Lahabrea's son. Come check up on us, have you? Rest assured the creations of Asphodelos no longer pose any threat to us. Themis has had that grin plastered on his face for some time, however. I don't know whether to be unsettled or inspired by his unflagging spirits. I had the chance to pass along a message to my friend, but her reply seemed entirely troubled. She has the utmost faith in us, apparently. Entirely. I must do what I can to not disappoint her. I don't know what to think of Themis. Because I feel like he's Elidibus. This is what I thought, but... Because Elidibus was like, yeah, I saw you there. But he never showed up in the past, so that... I thought this would be him, but then he doesn't have the name. But Elidibus is the seat title. So that could still be him. Am I stupid? It would be level 90. Yeah. I've been in all the Savage versions. Actually, I haven't done any of the Savages, but... Where do I go? Where do... I'm definitely high enough for eye level, and I've done all the patches, so something's wrong. I am forgetting something. I am forgetting something hardcore right now. I want to look up spoilers, but on accident. But I can't remember how to. Was it the Crystarium that I got the quests? Because I go through Elpis. I go to Elpis through the Crystarium. Well, the Crystal Tower and the Crystarium. Would it be Rods at Han? No. I'm missing something. It can't be Seeking Sanctuary. There were no blue quests in Elpis. The raids are never blue quests for some reason, right? Aren't they like not? Aren't they just? Don't they look like regular side quests? That's probably what's confusing me, I think. Maybe I gotta go talk to the Wandering Minstrel. Hold on, I'm gonna go talk to him. I'm gonna go see if he's the problem. I don't think so, but I'm just gonna talk to him. I'm gonna clear that out of my plate. And I'm gonna see what this one is first. I'm gonna go okay, cutscene. Hello, how may I help you? You're More Metal Death, aren't you? I thought I recognized that heroic mine. How wonderful to meet you. The name's Osman. I'm a gleaner, as you may have surmised, mostly specializing in the collection of rare and curious books, and it would seem fate has brought us together. My work has given me an appetite for well-crafted stories, you see, but recently I've struggled to find any truly engaging material. So I thought to myself, Self, why waste all this time bemoaning the lack of quality literature, when you could be writing the exact kind of tales you enjoy? Which is why I'm so excited to be speaking with the vaunted champion, Moa Metal. If I could convince you to share some of your minutiae of your adventures. Minutiae. Small, precise, or trivial details or something. It would lend my fiction an undeniable authenticity. Minutiae. Well, that was a complete waste of... Osmond, are you actually chatting? Scholar above, it's a miracle. Here I thought you capable of little more than grunts in size. May I introduce Shallow Moore, my colleague and eternal tormentor? Oh, come now, it's just a bit of playful banter. Trisasant and I could use some good humor after failing to track down our quarry. I'll be damned! Mo Metal, this is an honor, and an incredible stroke of luck. You're the very person we've been searching for. If you will indulge me for a moment, I can explain the situation at hand. As you know, Charlian was charged in antiquity with fulfilling a sacred duty, a duty which kept the gleaners buzzing to and fro like angry hornets. We would complete one grueling list of procurements, only to be handed yet another, then another. Work was all we knew. But now that those days are behind us, the tasks have slowed to a trickle, and we find ourselves, well, strangely idle. Thus, the Guildship, in its wisdom, has forged a partnership with the Adventurers Guild. We now have a system in place where odd jobs from other countries can be funneled here to us and Charlian. Okay. The tasks they pass on to us are, for the most part, not your average gleaner cannot handle. There is one client, however, who has asked for you specifically, and as the Adventurers Guild has no official presence in our city, we agreed to the odd job of facilitating that request. Think of us as their substitute Charlian branch, if you will. In any case, I'll be here at the counter, ready to provide you with the details. It doesn't appear to be an urgent matter, so feel free to engage the request whenever your schedule allows. Oh, and be sure to browse Trisasant's wares. He has a special selection available for anyone who takes part in our odd job enterprise. Sir? Okay, well I guess I unlocked a new trader and stuff. Mo Metal, I didn't quite get the chance to before Shalom Moore commandeered the conversation, but I wanted to thank you for indulging me with your stories. Do you think we might talk again sometime? I would love to hear how this odd job of yours turns out. I didn't really mean to get involved in that. I was just making sure. I thought it would be like an accept button, but there was not. I got forced into it. Wandering Minstrel talks about. He likes to talk about trials, not raids. It has to be a quest in Elpis that I just like missed or something. I'm feeling kind of stupid. Please don't put me into a cutscene. Is it the Alola Island? Or whatever it's called? Oh, she's just chilling in here. Shame we have to leave. A shame we have to leave Tetheral so soon. I would have loved to visit the Orzia, or at the very least see more of Charlian. What I have seen is pretty impressive, though. I wasn't expecting a city of scholars to carry such impressive arms in their shops. Far away. She's working with Tara. Okay, not you either. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to the world unsundered. There's also this person. So I'm gonna go. It's gotta be level 90 first of all, right? I'm starting to think it is in Rods at Han. I kind of don't want to look it up. I kind of wanted it to be a challenge to see if I could remember where I need to go or like figure it out. But I also don't want to spend like an hour or two on stream trying to find the start quest. There's no quest in Rods at Han. And these are the role quests for them. And then there's Bro. That's a level 90. Maybe. Because maybe I'm wrong. I swear they're not like blue quests, right? I don't know what that's about, but I don't even do it right now. Dude, I am feeling stumped. I don't think I already have the quest. I don't have any level 90 quests on me. No, they are blue quests. Okay. Where? But where? Oh my god, what? Where is it? Where? Where? Please, dear Lord. Cause it's not here. It's not in Pandæmonium. I went in here. And it go back one more time, see if we missed something. We'll go check. I'm gonna look at the map. What a bug. No. Pop up there. Gatekeeper. Where? Where is it? Oh, it's gonna drive me insane. I don't know why I don't want to look it up. I don't know why, but I don't want to. I can't explain myself. But there's a decent chance I'm going to go insane. I'm gonna check more donut. I'm checking more donut. Then I'm going back to the Crystarium. I'm going in. There's nothing in here. Everyone's gone. Is anyone in the solar? Is there is the quest in the solar? You! What are you doing in here? Freaking Anukulai is just chilling in our office? The hell, man. I will find this quest without having to look it up. It's gonna happen. We're going back to the Crystarium, and we're going up to the top of the tower, and that quest better be there. I don't know what that means. What did I just do? Hey, send me up to the ocular, bro. Little bus. Oh my. Maybe it's just maybe it's just a big old prank. Maybe it's a big prank. Maybe. Angry? Oh. How would I be angry? I'm fine. Perfect. I've never been more at peace, you know? I've never been, you know, better. I swear I'm okay. I'm just looking. Level 90. It's blue. Level 90 and it's blue. Why is this section not explored? Or that one? I need to take care of that real quick. That's gonna bother me. Cave? Unwelcome visitor. Makes me feel better. Wait. Ah! Professor Claudian! It's him! This guy! Yes! I found it! Ah! I was like, I recognize that name from what I just looked at. Like 5 minutes ago. My lips are chapped right now. Yeah. Incredible how badly this chair rolls considering it's on a wooden floor. Oh, so good. I need a different chair. This chair's outliving its lifespan, I'll be honest. I just need a good office chair, not a gamer chair. That way I can cut down by a couple $100. I can't believe this. This took way too long. 9:15. I started looking for this quest at like 9 or 8:40. So it took me about 35 minutes to figure out where the Pandæmonium quests were. I Oh my god. Anyway. Finally found the guy. Claudian's eyes are brimming with the excitement of discovery. Let's get these I keep wanting to say persona. Let's get these Pandæmonium quests going. Mo-Metal, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say, Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course. My apologies, Mo-Metal. Being consumed by my research for so long, I am afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning. With the crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown, they cried out for deliverance from Pandæmonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Erechthonios, was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos. The greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandæmonium, a presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Mo-Metal grace us with her protection? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rui Sano. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandæmonium, where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes. That would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. Okay, so... I think I said this when I first did these, or the first 4 a long time ago, but I honestly think that this guy, Claudian, is Ericathonius Sundered. It's not just to do with skin tone, even though it does match, but also the hair. It's blonde, but it's a very similar hairstyle. And for him to be connected to all of this, it just kind of makes sense for the plotline to be like, he's chasing after his own memories. Like, these are his crystals that he is finding for himself. It makes sense to me. Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for this very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, he has been worse than usual, but I cannot fault him for his excitement. I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard, much as it spoke only to you last time. None but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his little adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Moemetal, it may be best to return to Pandæmonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandæmonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. Are those creations confined within Pandæmonium considered to be failures? I doubt that's the whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to the shackles. And if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into these records may yet shed light on creatures Moemetal has yet to encounter. Your theory proves correct, that is. But there are no guarantees. It certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only her strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Okay. Finally. It's time. Imagine just like clicking what I need to. You know? God, I really need a new camera. I hate this camera. But I have a camera I want to set up, but a cam link is $100. $130. Just for the cam link. That's barring like any of the wires or wait, why didn't I keep? I really should have kept. A friend of mine let me borrow all of his equipment for it, but then none of it fit my camera. But the cam link would have still worked. It'll be a bit awkward, but I might ask him again. Ah, I did not expect to meet you here of all places. You seek records of Pandæmonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandæmonion's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Ericthonius' capacity to keep watch over the Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master interment, that he might deliver the creations back to the cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the naos to Pandæmonium. I gotta do all these quests at some point off screen just to get like more and do my side content. Touched it, so I failed. You know what game I need to beat? Hogwarts Legacy. That made me think of Quidditch, and now I'm thinking Hogwarts Legacy. Did be thinking. There's like so much I haven't done on it, and I think they've even had a couple of patches to like add stuff. Where am I going? I've heard there's voice acting for these at some point. Looks like it's not yet. As I have pondered our expedition into Pandæmonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Ericthonios were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looked to his father with bald hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, but we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandæmonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the words of La Habrea. Hello. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandæmonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandæmonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited, information, I cannot but feel that the Academia Nida would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandæmonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmised, the majority of the creations kept within Pandæmonium were sent from Elpis, yet as the years passed, interests changed. Failures and creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandæmonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So, if Pandæmonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit, as of late, the communication has been somewhat sporadic. We but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandæmonium's halls. Really? Are you certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. My communication suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my pride. And I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well. A blatant lie. And to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandæmonium with haste. Fascinating. I don't think, judging by like how long some of this is taking, I don't know if I'm gonna get to key 9 through 12. It will probably really well just be like key 5 through 8. I'm not even get through key 5 through 8. I don't know. I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that a mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Erechthonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Facial structure is not similar to Claudian, but the hair really looks like that. Get better. Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort. even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allow this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. That it is. In spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you, and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone. Not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That still, you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea! At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate designed to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandæmonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I am no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low. Even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. just seems so weird for it to be La Habrea. For a multitude of reasons. And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You've met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this? The one that I met? Yeah, but Emmett wouldn't have worked with him if he was the way that he was. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples, that brings his goals closer in reach? I don't think it's him, but it's not impossible for him to be him. That alone should be enough. But let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandæmonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread the tentacles into every corner of Pandæmonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos, one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Erechthonius' side, in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? I'm going a little bit too Estinian with that voice. Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keywords magic will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. All right, everybody. We gotta get in there. Seven minutes ain't bad. Dude, when this first came out, oh my god. Getting a party was impossible for the first 4. It was, well, the time just went up, but it was way longer than 10 minutes. It was like 20. And this may very well turn into 20 minutes, but it would say like 20 to 30 minutes when I would queue. So we're gonna sit here a little bit. We're gonna sit here, chill, have a good old-fashioned time. don't know what we're watching. So I'm just gonna. Wait. I was hoping to have some friends on for this so I could get into these a little faster and also have like someone to bounce off of. But they're all busy, I suppose. Oh, that was way faster than I thought. I'm not going to complain at all. I'm so excited. I've been wanting to do these for so long. Normal raids are my favorite content in Final Fantasy 14, like completely. Let's go. It's not the full song, but I love this song, dude. If you're able, a spot at the table. So cool. All right. I was gonna pull up my rotation, but this is my first time doing this. I definitely know. 2, 1. Oh, such a tight location. think it's Baja Breo is evil. I just keep thinking about that. Oh yeah. Well. Yo. Oh! Ow! That was crazy. Wait, did we win? Like right at the last second? Alright, I got hit by the last attack. Music is not loud enough. I'll have to turn that up here in a bit. I got hit by the last attack. That's wild. What if it's Eric Thonius? He doesn't remember. Maybe he got Kairost. Never know. Go back to life real quick. I don't remember what I need. I can only get like I don't remember how this works. Boot rule normal. Not the rest. I don't know how that works. I need to look into that. Why would I just like burn my gear for the week? So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Ericthonios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long. But I believe we can forgo introductions, unless I have misread you. All too familiar. Paragon. A charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. If you are truly who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. Ah! What is this? Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Ericthonius' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother? You would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Ericthonius. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Ericthonius, wait. There is a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea that I knew took pride in the Convocation. It would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? It's him. Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask. What? Who? It was a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Ericthonius, listen well. I am Hephaestus. Hephaestus? All their names are Greek names, so I think... So it's Hephaestus, but which is the real... So, his name, the guy in the game, is the transliteration, which is a type of conversion of a text from one script to another that involves swapping letters. So, Hephaestus is how it would be pronounced. Hephaestus. So this is Hephaestus. It's not Hephaestus. It's Hephaestus, the god Hephaestus. But they're using the transliteration from the Greek name, like where it looks like a certain letter, which or like as close as they could get it. Because if you look at this real quick, this is the Greek spelling. Here's the transliteration. Here's the one we all use from the Latin spelling. And I guess also Vulcan, which is I guess the meaning of the name. So, it's just pronounced Hephaestus. Good to know. And it is I whom you should call Father. That makes sense. You literally look nothing like La Habrea. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety so you may provide it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the Convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. Yeah, I had a feeling. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Dude, with all this, like, knowledge now, replaying. Please, help him. Save him. With all this knowledge we're gaining of like, the past and the ancients, it, like, if you were to go replay A Realm Reborn, honestly, the ancients, you know what's fascinating? The ancients don't really get all that involved with what happens in the game during Heavensward or Stormblood. They're, like, barely around. Like, the Ascians are there for A Realm Reborn, like, they're the main villains, practically, besides Gaius and the 14th Legion. But then you go and you face off against Nidhogg, and then they take the Eyes later. But then after, like, the Eyes, they go... other than the Eyes, which is mainly, they just hand them over to, what's-his-face, I don't remember the name of. Who uses them, to start the issue, with, I think, Garlemald. And then you do Stormblood, and there again, the Ascians aren't really involved, like, throughout all of Stormblood until the end, where you run into cutscenes of Emmett Selk, but you don't meet Emmett Selk until Shadowbringers, and then you get involved with Emmett and Nihilthrodace, and you just learn everything in, like, one DLC. They're just not around for, like, a lot of the beginning of the game. Or the middle of the game. Which is really weird. It's really weird. We basically don't have them at all for 2 full DLC stories, which are really long. A lot of cutscenes, a lot of text, and then all of a sudden they're super heavily involved again. And the last time we really had them involved was La Habrea. So La Habrea, I mean, that man dies so early on. Anyway. As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azim and I detected irregularities in Pandæmonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I am sure La Habrea, as well, is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azim nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you came with her highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. Where in the timeline does this take place? Because, is it after Hermes? Is it after we met Hermes? Because then that would make sense, because that means Vanaz pulled Azim into the fold. And the final days haven't started yet. So it would make sense for it to be between there. Unless he's talking about Vana Azim, but she hasn't met me yet, so that wouldn't make sense either. So it has to be me Azim, but it has to be an Azim that knows of me, which means that they would know of me through Vana, which means this has to be after Hermes. And after Kairos wipes their memory. And this means this takes place like probably a day, maybe a week, or whatever, right after the other version of me has already left. I think. I don't know. That somewhere in the world, a guiding star so similar to herself was out there amused Azim to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. Wait, so she just sensed me? Herself? Now I'm even more confused. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Vana, who held the position of Azim previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. Okay. So this does take place after Hermes, but before the final days. How much time do they have between the final days and the Hermes incident, you know? She, too, now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware, though, I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I could ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea, and why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandæmonium. Do you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandæmonium, including the fact that Azam and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation, not without good reason at least. As well you know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. 'Tis not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of Mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he is awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandæmonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster unto our star. As chief keyword of Pandæmonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other wardens to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandæmonium. Its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Ericthonius' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azim and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. 'Twas the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No! You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we have endured, the foes that Mometal has stood against. Mometal, is it? A being of such ether as I have never seen. What are you? She is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Mometal. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. It's too soon to give up on saving the others. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control of Asphodelos. We must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus the Emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandæmonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge what the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Mometal's might and Erechthonius' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandæmonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Mometal, come find me when you're finished. Erechthonius is understandably frustrated, but we are to conquer Abyssos. We must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Brea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized that the creations had slipped their bonds, the other keywords did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if Pandæmonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words, the truth of my mother. While La Brea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more. In fact, even if it was not La Brea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know, at last, what befell her. What do you think, Moemetal? Does La Brea you know have any regard for the lives of others? Will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? So I was a man who worked with shadows, but... Well, that in and of itself isn't reason for suspicion. He's one of the Convocation, who must forge the path for mankind. Naturally, not all of their activities are conducted within the public eye. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Moemetal. It is easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Brea that we are capable of saving Pandæmonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. I will say, although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford, Moemetal, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities, and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. I'm enjoying this. The story's great. I'm once again plagued by the thoughts of the rest of the Convocation. Like, they must just not be important, because the game refuses to let us meet any of them. We've met the Emmett Selk we know, okay. We know of there were the crystals, but I don't remember. They didn't say the name of every seat in those, like, star crystals, right? I don't think so. I think they just said, like, a description of their lives or whatever. I'm afraid to look something up in case of spoilers for, like, the 24 Mandaments or something. I don't know if those have anything to do with the Ancients or not. Oh, Logriff was one? I didn't know Logriff was one. I had no idea that Lawgriff was. I must have missed that when I was doing Eden. Okay, so there's. I might learn more about this later. So we do have names, at the very least. I didn't know we had names. Okay, whatever, I don't want to spoil myself. But at least for me, I've only met, so I met Logriff, Elidibus, La Brea, I know of Azim, Emmett Selk, Fandaniel. So I know 6 currently, my lord. I know of 6 seats. Ericthonios appears to have a deep trust in you. Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azim. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I cannot create by my own hand. Azim never ceases to surprise. The previous Azim was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of Azim's nature is its tendency to infect all those she comes into contact with. Emmett Selk said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keywords reach as far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet, Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegemone, keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there's something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a Hemethos. Doubtless against her will. Mometal, Themis, you must rescue her from that cruel fate. And if we cannot, we could at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Ericthonios. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. Nice and uncomfortable, baby. Come on, bud. Judging you. feel judged. I'm looking forward to, at least judging by the list, I might end up meeting other Convocation members at some point. Or maybe some other side content I didn't do. Potentially in Shadowbringers. Because apparently Lawgriff was one, and I was not paying attention to that at all. Any dialogue that said that Gaia was a seat holder, was a Convocation member, completely lost in me. You know what's the craziest part about that? The craziest part about that is that, like, I'm one too. Gaia and I are Convocation members, and both of us know it. She remembers, and I remember. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. 2 Convocation members are still around, baby. We're here. I wonder if we ever will meet Hythlodaeus or Emmett Selk again as their reincarnations. You know? It would be nice. But also, you gotta keep in mind that while Hythlodaeus sacrifices Zodiark, just like Emmett Selk, he actually, like, Zodiark himself was sundered, but Hythlodaeus' soul was whole again when he died. Because he didn't get split himself. Zodiark got split, but Zodiark died, and as we heard in the 13th, that ether dissipated as well, which means that all the ether, well, not the ether in the 13th, because that got turned into Zeromus, but every other shard released their section of Zodiark, which, you know, again, what I'm saying is Hythlodaeus should have been a full soul, most likely. Which means that, unlike us, where we're reincarnations of, like, we're reincarnations of pieces of a soul, they would reincarnate into, like, their full selves, wouldn't they? I don't know how that's gonna work. Okay. Faster than these stars, land first to the beast, claiming pure Oh. Okay, right on. No, it isn't. It is. That one I just looked where it was. I won't lie. Hit that entire time. Dang it. That's unfortunate. Okay. I was 17. 99. What an actually a legend. That's crazy. He's a monk? Okay, it's not a monk, bro. We've won. The keyword is sealed away and alive this time. La Habrea can't deny us now. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Agamemnon has been sealed away. and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. For the right of it, I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being, ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a himithos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there's one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandæmonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can upraise his companions. That's something that Moemetal and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I'm inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies close to us. Then tell me, what is it you hope for? To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandæmonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, hello.
And there we have it. You must leave this place at once. Do not think to set foot in Pandæmonium again. You are capable, that much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow this talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think Erechthonius. I have already explained that he is merely merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother? Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss. You would call me a fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition? For the sake of the star, no doubt. I can hear it again. That voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus, father. Mother, Oh, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you. No, listen not. Listen not, Ericthonius. Apologies. You taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. Estes is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Ericthonius made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Ericthonius himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless, Hephaestus' magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? As I thought, someone was trying to warn Ericthonius. To whom? Could it have been one of the keywords? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Ericthonius past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssus, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandæmonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Ericthonius is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. Mahabrea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandæmonium is called Tartarus, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of his halls. No hope of surviving far past the threshold. That, I expect, is where Moa Metal shall shine. A dissolute ether shall allow her to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. And time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our other success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Ericthonius. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erechthonius' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead as an anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel its still greater pain. It's a weird sentence. Instead of being honest, you bicker like a child? How dare you? No, you are right. The blame for Erechthonius' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well. I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining keyword is Agdistis. She has served in Pandæmonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdistis. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As for the interment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Interment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense Agdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was far more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemone. She has been transfigured, such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her. Damn. That sucks. 7th circle unlocked. Alright. And to the 7th circle we go. I have been...
I'm logging in now. Join you.
Alrighty. Did you see my last 2 raids?
I did not, unfortunately. You'll never believe what happened, but my Wi-Fi cut out once again.
Nice. You're a little robot-y. Very, very minor.
Alright, let me...
What's there?
I'll fix...
Hello.
Is that any better or different at all, maybe?
I mean, it's fine.
Okay. We'll go with it.
We don't get suddenly removed.
Nah. That couldn't happen ever.
Alright. Begin connection to the 7th circle.
Oh.
Yeah, the past 2 raids, I've just kind of... It's like I have ACT... I mean, what is that? It's like I have it... I actually don't use it. But it's like I have it built into my...
Right, you don't.
It's like I have it built into my brain, because I didn't get hit on on either raid until the very last attack for both of them, right before we beat them.
Oh man, those are some hard ones too.
Yeah, I'm just like giga chatting it.
5th and 6th, right?
Yes. So the 5th one with the big like devil creature and the poison cage. The last attack where it
carbuncle.
Yeah, the last attack where it like jumps around with the because it does like the mouth face, and then it like has like all those like arrow points it's gonna land. I miscalculated which one was like. I thought I went to the second to last one. I apparently went to the second one. I must have got confused when I turned my camera around or something, because I looked over and I saw everyone on the last one, and I was like, that's probably the right one to be on. But if I'm on the second to last one and close to the edge, then I should be fine. But I was apparently on the second one, so I got hit by that. Then he grabbed me with his mouth and then shot me over to a corner, and I landed and died. And then they killed it the second I died. And I was like,
That's awesome.
Okay. Then the 6th circle. Honestly, the 6th circle I got a little bit lucky. I won't lie. Every time Hegemone shot her like 2 cone AoEs, I somehow was in the correct spot. And I was like, just naturally. But everything else I was reading well. I had to have a little bit of help with following the people a couple of times on the platforms when they would swap, like the squares that would swap later in the fight. But I will admit that near the end, I miscalculated where I was supposed to go, and then I was like, oh, and I corrected it, and I was fine on that one. But then finally, she did a cone AoE at the same time. And I was on the correct square, but then she cone AoE'd me, and she finally hit me with one at the very end. Although I don't think I died on that one. But I was just like, well, she finally hit me with the cone AoE at the wrap-up. I don't think I got hit by anything else. I could be wrong. I do think I'm wrong. I think I did get hit by something else during Hegemone a little bit before that, but they were still both at the end. So I was pretty happy with myself. See if I can pull it off again. Unfortunately, the sacrifice for me being able to pop off on the raids like this is not being able to talk to stream, because I just get so focused and silent. I'm a silent gamer. Baby.
It's hard. It's like focusing on all the things that are happening, or reading, trying to figure out fights. There's no way.
I don't know how streamers do it. I mean, a lot of them do end up in silly situations. They get themselves killed, but some of them are really good at being able to read chat, be entertaining, do call-outs.
Oh, that too. And like, that's a whole other level.
Yeah, and who even knows if they're using ACT or not? Not a lot of streamers don't get into like all of that, especially if they're casual players who play like a hard raid every once in a while. I've just always prided myself on not having to use ACT. Wouldn't it be crazy? I genuinely don't, but wouldn't it be crazy if all this time I have been using it, it's been fucking with you guys that I don't?
I would freak out. I would freak out so much. Oh my god, what the...
What?
Someone was doing something very funny on Limbs.
Dude, I tried to... I put a message in shout chat, and like Gردania, Ulda, and Limza, and Charlian that I'm streaming, and no one ever showed up. It's a little thing, but that's okay. I even made a post on Twitter with tags. I tagged it correctly on Twitch. I think, honest to God, the only way to really do it is to go on to YouTube and post like videos and shorts. The only way to build a profile there.
Yeah, like grow a following on YouTube and then have them watch you on Twitch sometimes.
Yeah, or TikTok or something.
Yeah. I do. Wow.
What I need to
I
do
remember
is
looking at it on mobile earlier, and I saw like 6 people or something. That might have been like over time.
Yeah. I also think that like it depends. I got a little distracted. What was I gonna say? It depends what you like. I guess approach shout chat with, because like, what's her name, Jelly something or whatever that's in Limsa that says her Twitch sometimes. She's a girl, and we all know how Final Fantasy players are. So my message probably would not work as well, considering these factors.
Considering. I actually have heard about, the existence of a plugin that that blocks most advertising attempts in like Shout Chat and Party Finder. So I mean, if I had that, I wouldn't normally seed stuff.
That's true.
Definitely not a comment.
So I guess you weren't on stream for. I have made an executive decision for Dawn Trail. I am not going to play Monk for it.
Really?
I am going to do Viper.
Wow.
I am going to do Viper. I think it's.
Viper? That's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's time for a bit of a change. A bit of a little bit of change up. It's gonna be weird, for sure, but I think that with the closing chapter of Endwalker, it's time that I try to main something else, because honestly, like, you're also streaming Discord, just so you can have, like, real time. So...
Hurt your streaming frames or anything?
No. My computer, I upgraded my RAM not too long ago, and the rest of my computer's god tier, and my internet's 1 gig. I'm fine. So, looking at this, my friend list here, Alara, who just started, so they had a character on another server, according to them, that they barely played. I don't even think they got, like, much. They never beat a Realm Reborn, is what it was explained to me, and they only played one class. Now, look at this. 69 on Samurai, 38 Astrologian, they've unlocked Gunbreaker, they've done A level in Dark Knight. They got Black Mage to level 50. They unlocked Red Mage, they've done a little bit of Blue Mage. Look how much they've done on their crafters. And this, speaking of which, I met them 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, they were level 20-something on Black Mage or Thaumaturge. They had nothing else here. And they've done all of this dancing around. And in the span of like 2 weeks. Yes, this person's fucking
That's crazy.
Going hard in the paint. And also when I met them, they didn't have an FC. And I made the mistake of not inviting them because they already have one. But my point being is, like, Austin has kind of swapped his main a lot here and there. Like, he used to be used to be dancer all the time, and he was machinist all the time, and he did gunbreaker a decent bit, and now he's been, and he was also a scholar, but now, what was he doing recently?
He leveled Bard up to 90 just to do the Endwalker stuff on it.
Yeah, so he did Bard, so he swaps his, like, main, and technically there's not, you know, obviously everyone has a main, but there's not really, like, a main situation when it comes to Final Fantasy, but still, I just kind of like, I kind of feel like the fact that I did A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker all as a monk, and I never picked up any of the new jobs during it. Every single DLC introduced a new set of jobs, and I didn't do any of them, and I'm kind of like, I don't know, I kind of regret it. I don't regret it like a ton, because I really like doing monk, and it helps my brain to not have to remember a ton of rotations. But at the same time, I'm like, man, I really want to do something fresh. So, also, so I can kick Puss in Boots' ass.
Right.
When we do our Viper fight.
I feel like you would enjoy Reaper a lot. You have it. You just haven't touched it really.
Yeah, I haven't really touched it.
Oh, booty pop.
All right.
Can I turn on cutscene watching fast enough?
Oh, this last DPS is taking a hot second.
I like to turn the cutscenes back on so I'm synced at the same point in the song.
Right. One of my favorite songs in Final Fantasy.
The music of these raids have been fantastic, in my opinion. I love the music.
Oh, damn. Yeah, no, he was not kidding. That she
No, they weren't
is
joking.
gone. Jesus. Matheus.
Yeah.
This
It's not good.
game can get really dark just out of nowhere.
It does. The whole Final Days was very, very like that.
Yeah. Unless you have positionals, because then I'm not entirely sure if it just like lets these work because I don't want to come over here.
I know how that works.
I don't know how I got so much damage. It's not there when I close. Yeah, that was a close one. I bet it's going to do the far away one after somebody called Spark of Life. Ugh, I almost messed up my camera there. That was bad for a moment.
I almost missed the
Doing this attacking one.
I'm in bad spot.
I saw those arrows on those birds and I was like, uh-oh. Get out of there. Flare? He's flaring. What?
Oh, I know that's good.
You had me messed up there, but I was like, what do you expect me to do? This way. Close, back up. And left side, right. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't. For some reason, did not see this dog in the middle. I cannot explain that. Riddle of Earth. There you go. I live. Oh.
I think that means go to the front.
Yes.
Where I was.
I could not get there. I was like a step away.
Yeah, I got there, but then I was still too.
Oh, tech please. Get away from it. I got 2 full stacks.
Sook. Oh my god. Oh, which one's gonna be the right order?
Let's get close. No, back up, back up. Okay. See? I only got hit twice.
Yeah.
I'm vibing out here. Dude, I was saying as well, normal raids are my favorite content in the game. And not by like a little bit, by like a lot. I love normal raids so much.
I feel like I can agree with that pretty easily. It's like it's good, it's fun, and it doesn't take forever.
Yes, exactly.
Complete like alliance raids do.
Dungeons are...
Like, I love alliance raids.
Yeah.
But man.
Like the newer alliance raids, yeah, like I like the fucking... 2B ones, near Jesus, the near raids and the what were the Stormblood 24 mans again? Oh yeah, no, yeah, just the near rates. I like the near rates. I don't really like any of the other 24 mans.
Oh, come on.
Sicker's Tower is boring and utter nonsense, and
Yeah, it's been in the game for forever, so it's gonna be boring no matter what.
yeah,
but
the Void Arc
it's
stuff.
not the most entertaining thing.
I didn't like the Arc, like, storyline. I didn't like that freaking cat. Ugliest cat ever.
I didn't either. It's a reference to a past game or something, but I don't vibe with it myself.
Couldn't stand it. But that whole storyline is and then the fights are okay. Nothing really memorable. The Stormblood ones I keep forgetting entirely, and on top of that, it's like an even worse story than the previous two by such a long shot.
I really like the Stormblood ones, not for the story, but I think they're fun, and they never come up in the roulettes ever. I feel like I never get them.
I
fucking love them.
I only end up playing, like, anytime they pop up in the roulettes, I only end up playing like one of them, and it's the one with the water jug at the beginning. Like I never
always
get
the
the other
Royal
two.
City. It's never the lighthouse or the monastery.
No, yeah, I never get those.
I
two.
love the lighthouse.
I admit that I'll be honest, I think it just hasn't been explained to me in a way that I can understand it, but I still get confused at the math thing all the time. Because I'm like, oh, clearly, and then I'm like, did I misunderstand the instruction from the robot? Like,
Yeah.
I'm like,
so just quickly, it's like your health will be changed down to a low value, right? Say
Yeah.
it's 2.
yeah,
And then he'll say something like, make your health even, like evens only. He'll say that out loud on like a text box at the top of your screen. And so if your number is 2, you don't have to stand on anything because it's even already.
yeah,
If you said primes only, right? Then you'd have to find the spot that has the number 1 on it to turn it to 3, right? Something like that.
yeah.
You have to watch your health bar at the bottom, and that health bar value has to fit with his criteria, essentially.
Two things. First off, I don't know prime numbers. Right off the top of my
That's
head,
insane.
I don't.
No.
I don't remember learning this in school whatsoever.
Some of the low ones, it's just a number that can't be divided by anything besides itself and 1.
Oh, see, I didn't even know that's what a prime number was. Like, that's how much I didn't really pay attention.
Actually, isn't 2? 2's a prime number, actually, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think 2's a prime number, based on those things, actually. So 2 would be fine also.
Yeah, see,
So yeah, it'd be like 1, 2, 3, not 4, because 4 can be divided by 2, which is not itself or 1. 5, 7, not 9, right? 11, 13, 17.
If I was taught this in school, I probably memorized it perfectly, did the test, and then immediately forgot it because I had really good grades in all of my math classes for all of my school years, and I did not retain any of it. Like we'll be playing D&D, and we'll be talking about a character who's like a certain like ways up, and then we're like, okay, well, how much like what is, and then we'll do the Pythagorean theorem to figure out like how high up they are so we can figure out exactly the distance between like the
Yeah.
And
I saw a meme about that.
I do not like, okay, I know like a squared plus b squared equals c squared, like I know the structure, but I like in the memory of like which values I'm inputting or like like any of that,
Yeah.
it is gone. I don't know which side was A.
Really?
I don't know. I don't remember any of that at all. I was never good with
B
fractions.
were either the straight ones, and C is the longest one.
I was never good with
Right,
fractions.
it's like the triangle one.
Also, here's another thing. I was never instructed in a way where they were like, okay, my brain does not. So whatever teachers I had did not say the words like multiples of 4 or stuff like that. I understand what it means, but the robot says shit like that. And my brain immediately is like, wait, I have to do like an extra step because it's like, that's not how, those are not the words that were used to explain to me my multiplication tables.
Yeah.
Those are not the words used. So it's like I'm someone who's fluent in English, but my first language is like Spanish, And so I'm thinking and translating in my head while I'm trying to talk into English. And so I'm going a lot, you know? Or
I gotcha. Yeah.
it's like it's exactly the same thing. So
No, I know what you're talking about. That I believe that's tripped me up as well.
yeah, that stuff's just like, I don't know. It makes me feel stupid, but I've at the same time not so much, because it's like I haven't needed math in any capacity until I started playing D&D and the Pythagorean theorem came up. And I started playing Final Fantasy 14. Like, outside of that, I've never had to use it at all.
As far as community opinion goes, that is like one of the hardest alliance raid mechanics of all time. So many people find it difficult. It's not anyone is stupid thing. It's like this can be really confusing sort of situation.
I don't even know, man.
I love it though.
All right. I'm going to start reading these lines.
Do it.
The moment Agdistis was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. That sentence structure doesn't... Hold on. That doesn't make sense. The moment Agdistis was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location. Oh, it's the way I'm saying I'm inflecting my focused. The word focused, I'm saying that incorrectly. Hold on, let me do that again. The moment Agdistis was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts, though through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This place was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a keyword would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo... Oh hey, Agdistis. If only I could restore Tartaros to order. But I am afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It has been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, keyword Agdistis. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spells, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task. Even with your aid, his curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus am I able to appear before you now, even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report. That was you. Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There's something you must know. The tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master La Habrea, but the story must be told. It's the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erichthonius. No longer can you hide your heart away. I still can't believe La Habrea is a redhead. That's throwing me off. Hephaestus? No.
I know, man. It's crazy.
It's weird. It's weird. He's always been white-haired, even when he took over Thancred's body. It's so strange. Alright. Hephaestus? No. The mask marks him as La Habrea. Master La Habrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life, and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erechthonius? My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erechthonius believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools, to be used and discarded. Oh. Even were I to tell him that his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadow. Erechthonius loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Erechthonius, I hope. Thank you, Odysseus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have? You sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens. Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Also, I just want to make it clear that the reason I'm doing this voice for La Habrea, the reason he sounds the way he does, is because I'm going off the way he kind of talks in A Realm Reborn. I know that's not what he probably sounds like if they suddenly give him voice acting in these raids, but I mean, you know, it's the best that I could interpret from memory. I'm doing the same thing with Elidibus. It's crazy that a child ancient, because he was, first of all, he was much smaller, the version that we saw after we beat him in the Seat of Sacrifice, than this version. But he also, this entire time, both this version, because we do hear his voice in a post-game cutscene in Elvis after Endwalker, before we go do the raids. And we also, of course, hear his voice in Shadowbringers. And in both scenarios, Elidibus's voice is extremely deep for someone who's way younger than every other member of the convocation, and just in general by like a mile. So it's interesting. But whatever. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. My nose is very big. I just realized this. Both in real life and in the game. Agdistis was ever a bold woman. Even in her final moments, she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I can think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. You being nice to me is also weird. I'm not fully here for it. I don't like it. Hello, Chris.
This was before how jaded he became. I guess, you know.
You know, it's obvious that A Realm Reborn had a slightly different plan for the Zodiac plotline, which is probably why he was so evil.
Definitely did. Yeah. It's like they were completely just unnaturally, irredeemably evil, you know, at the time. And now they have like a backstory. It's like they weren't planning on this sort of backstory existing.
Now they have to justify their actions as best they can.
They gave him a, they were like, okay, we have to give him a justification somehow. We have to make you not want to like kill them as soon as you see them, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, La Habrea never really did anything so viscerally evil. The worst thing he honestly did was take over Thancred's body, and Thancred's fine. So he never really. It's just the way he talked. You could bring up the Ultima weapon, but he blew up a
If he
Garlean.
had his way with the Ultima weapon, it would have gone on to create another rejoining level event.
Yes, that is true, but the only thing he ever destroyed with the Ultima weapon was a Garlean compound, and at the time, that was Pog. So, I can't really...
That was really cool.
I can't really fault him for
It would not
that.
have been so cool watching that march over Eorzea, though.
Probably not.
No. It had the life force of 3 primals inside of it.
Yes.
It was gonna be a problem.
I do think that like A Realm Reborn got retconned a lot, mainly in terms of like the way characters were. Not so much the actual continuity. There are some things. I feel like there's something that I'm forgetting that was like the most glaring retcon, but it's not coming to mind. But
I'm not sure. I don't really think anything was retconned per se. Just, you know, they decided that our understanding at the time had been wrong. The writers just said, okay, you guys didn't have complete information, I guess.
Yeah.
Or whatever you guys didn't know is now not correct, actually. And now you're learning the real truth, quote in quotations. Kind of, and I do really like those kind of situations. I know some people don't, but I like the you were actually wrong this whole time, and this is the truth you're finding out now. Whoa!
Yeah, we're at a point where that's not really a thing they can pull off too much anymore.
No, yeah, they can't really do that again. I don't think.
They might be able to do a little bit in Dawn Trail with being like, oh, this person is scheming, but they can't really do it in a crazy reveal way because it doesn't have years of build-up anymore. So they're gonna have to find other ways to do that. I am curious to see, since I did 6.55 earlier, and I'm certain you have, right? Story.
I have not. No.
Oh, you haven't done this?
I've
Oh,
put it off.
never mind.
I need to.
It's pretty quick. There's like I don't even know how to explain the activity to you. It's classified as a duty, but it was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. That's all I'll put it as. It was they just did something very different than normal. I don't know how to put it. I looked up the voice actress for the Hrothgal, and she has done nothing before this. Like, she has done like some podcasts characters. I've never heard of her ever.
She sounded good in the trailer.
she does a really good job. And I was like shocked. I was like, dang. I was like, this is probably the biggest role she's gotten, and it's a big, it's a big role. I'm like,
it's gonna be pretty big.
Yeah, it's gonna shoot her career up real high.
Yeah.
People are already making fan art and stuff on her Twitter. She thanked everyone for everyone's reactions. So, yeah, I was talking about earlier today how I felt like it was. I still feel like even like the way. Okay. The Sundering is the most confusing part of the entire lore. And you might be like, it's not confusing, Patrick. You know, she split everyone into 14 pieces. And I'm like, yeah, no, it still doesn't work. And I'm going to tell you why. I'll tell you why. All right, get ready for this. Okay, so when Zodiac was created, cut the population in half. And then they sacrificed another half, right? They had 1/4 of the population left. 1/4 of the population left was sundered. Not the rest of them. The rest of them were inside Zodiac. And he also got sundered, so their souls did not go back to the ethereal sea because their souls were still in Zodiac form, such as Hythlodaeus, who is wandering around the moon and the other shades, and all the people that Pandæmonium screamed at. Now, the 1/4 of the population that she sundered into 14 pieces would not have been enough to surmise the entire population. So, like, how many people are actually ancients split up into smaller souls, and how many of them are just brand new souls? And how weird is it that, like, say for example, because we're Azim, but we also this piece of our soul on the source had to have been reincarnated a few times already. So there are other versions of us before us, and who's to say that we aren't our own grandparents? Like, it doesn't. It makes no sense. That's the most confusing part of the lore that I think about all the time. Also, because Hythlodaeus and Emmett Selk at the end of Endwalker were like, hey, we might meet again one day. And I'm like, maybe. Will I meet you as, like, are there going to be babies born that are you now that you guys have officially returned to the ethereal sea? How long does it take for your souls to get reincarnated? And also, you two weren't sundered. So when you get reincarnated, are you going to be full ancient powerful? Or are you just going to be, like, how does that work? You know, I think about that all the time. The only reason that the reincarnations keep being people like us, or Ardbert, or Gaia, is because they're sundered. But when Emmett Selk returned to the ethereal sea, he was fully unsundered. And same thing with Elidibus. No, okay, actually, Elidibus is trapped inside of the Sicris Tower, so he's not getting reincarnated. But, like, La Habrea, for example, they should be reincarnated one day. But they're full souls. Yes, like, I think about that constantly. Also on yeah, exactly. But on top of that, think about this, and this is also more important. Pandæmonium or Amon never fully rejoined himself. So, on that piece of logic, since he was also split up into 14 pieces, the version we killed of Pandæmonium, Amon, is still alive as other versions of himself on the other shards. There is a version of him on the first somewhere, or that version of him's floating in the ethereal sea waiting to be reincarnated. But those versions are not as insane as the Pandæmonium we met, because those versions were never Amon. Do you see what I'm getting at? You see how fucking confusing the whole situation is when you really think about it? He's not fully dead. He's still out there. It's like, because you got to keep in mind, if it ever gets too confusing, you have to remember us and Ardbert. Ardbert as Hythlodaeus says, the shadow version of him in Amara and the Amarat recreation, he said that we used to be one soul back in our time. Ardbert is also Azim. Every time they mention Azim, it's us and Ardbert. Okay? So, this means that Ardbert had also been other versions of he also was reincarnated over and over and over again. And each of those people are different people. Graha even says this in his speech, on his Ship of Theseus speech that he does before he gets freaking decimated by Dynamis, alright? Where he's like, on our planet, people often inherit the souls of others, but they are decidedly different beings. But as Emmett and Hythlodaeus say, the color in particular is vastly similar. And when we get put together and when Ardbert rejoins with us, for a second, Emmett sees Azim, and he's like, what the? Oh, no, it was just a trick of the light. It wasn't actually you. So, if you ever get confused, you got to think about it through that lens. That whole plot in Shadowbringers has to reground you on the confusion. But even still, what this means is that there are Fandaniel has an Ardbert out there who may not be as evil, but will they ever bring this up? Probably not. Probably not at all. But again, like I was saying, this also means that there are a bunch of people on this planet, on the Source, and on the Shards that are not ancients. They are not the souls of ancients. They are new souls that were created. But how? So, like, okay, what I'm trying to get at is La Brea and Athena had a child, Erichthonius. His soul is a new soul, potentially, that was not reincarnated, that they created together. Or maybe he is, I don't know. But before the final date, before the sundering, in the ethereal sea, there had to have been souls still that exist, right? That hadn't become ancients yet. Full souls that hadn't been sundered by Hydaelyn. So why weren't so these new people that aren't sundered ancients reincarnated? Why are their souls also sundered? Did she also sunder the ethereal sea? Like,
that's my interpretation, to be honest. Because that's how it would have to work, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because like the ethereal sea is contained within the star, like, you know.
That is true.
Within the planet.
That is true.
So, if the star was sundered into multiple planets, it would have to sunder the sea as well.
I just think about the logistics of the sundering all the time when I'm playing this game. It's like not even an important plot point anymore, but I can't get it out of my head. It's like, it's important to me. Like, I just am so fascinated by it. And it logistically both makes sense and doesn't make sense at the same time. And I have these questions, and it also frustrates me to know that they probably won't ever explore another Shard of Azim ever again. I still think Zero is one of them, but there's no guarantee of that.
Oh man, I hope some of the, okay, so for next expansion, I think it'd be really cool if some of the post-game, like, you remember what we did with the Empty, for the first, if we do something like that for the 13th.
That could be fun.
And like start restoring the place again.
Well, I am curious.
I don't know how they would do it without it being samey.
Unfortunately, I don't really think there's much of a way to do it without it being samey, because
yeah, it's, I don't know. I can't think of a way off the top of my head.
The only way that I could see it being interesting and like following a different plot point is if we only do that when Y'shtola discovers cross-rift travel fully, and that way we can have a direct transference between the 1st and the 13th. So Reen could be on the 13th and Gaia could as well, and that way they could actually
when that happens,
use both characters.
It's gonna be like a domino effect for all of the worlds. It's gonna be like, okay, we gotta go fix this one, and then there's stuff going on over there.
I'm kind of hoping
we're just gonna be all over the place.
Yeah, see, they have 4 reflections left that we haven't visited. So I'm assuming that at least 2 of those are going to be coupled together, potentially. Although, here's the problem. The only reason that Norvrant, Norvrant worked as a single DLC because Norvrant was the first secluded down to a small section of it. But the other reflections haven't been touched. Which, while they're probably, at least judging by the diagram they always show, they're not as large as the source, but they have their full planet still there, meaning there is a lot to explore on all of those places. Which, so now I don't know if like it would be appropriate to do a DLC in which we explore 2 planets in one. Or all 4 of them. I really don't think we should do all 4 of them. But I also don't know about doing another DLC where we're stuck on doing 1 the entire time, because that might feel a little too samey to the first.
Yeah, because it's like, for the first, we had a reason not to explore the entire world, and that reason was it had been flooded with light, the entire world, except for this one small region of the planet.
Yeah.
None of the other ones have that, you know?
No.
And the 13th was completely destroyed.
Well, yeah, it's
but the others are okay, to the best of our knowledge.
Yeah, the 13th is
like
covered. But if I almost wonder if the 13th conflict would be that would be any hidden super powerful void sense left buried deep within the recesses of the planet, and as they start clearing it out, we have to take care of those. Maybe smarter and more powerful than the generals that Golbez used. I don't know. Sounds interesting. Not interesting enough for a DLC, though. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm certain they have ideas, but they still have to explore. So we've gone to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty, but they still have to explore at least everything Emmett said before Yoshi P does Scorched Earth or anything like that. So
I think that makes sense.
We have
they could get away with it still if something urgent pops up.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we need your assistance right now. They play the you know, the some bad's going on music, and we'd go, oh, we gotta go. And then we do it. They can make us do whatever they want. It doesn't matter.
Here's what I think. I think that because they didn't show off Maricidia at all during FanFest. That like. Which was, you know, Emmett mentioned Maricidia and was like, yeah, you know, the ought of the state of affairs of the southern continent? And we're like, no. But then we're like, oh, that's gonna be the next DLC. And they're like, Tyrol. You're like, what? That's not where I was expecting to go. Okay. And then they uncovered the map at FanFest, but they never showed Maricidia. I mean, they showed it, but it was covered in clouds. And I almost wonder if, I don't know. You know how they showed Solution 9? And all that? Did you watch FanFest?
I did not.
Are you trying to be spoiler-free on that?
Not really trying, it just kind of happening, I guess. I don't know. Solution 9, it's not coming, no, nothing's coming to me.
That was probably the craziest reveal out of the entire FanFest, I'll be honest. So maybe I won't bring it up too much. Yeah, they showed off something called Solution 9, and everyone was like, holy crap, what are we looking at? I mean, I literally, I kid you not, the entire crowd, all of the chat, Austin, Nikolai, Hayden, and I were all sitting in Limsa, and Limsa went insane, we went insane, everyone went, what is that? What are we looking at? Everyone was like, and Yoshi P just did like hands behind his back, like turned around back to the camera and was like, not what you were expecting to see, was it? And everyone was like, no. No, it certainly was not. It's like, I'm just gonna tell you right now, if you've watched the full trailer, it's not in the full trailer at all. It's not even a little bit. And he was like, we can't show you any more than these screenshots. So, yep, that's all you're getting. And we were like, the screenshots have nothing in them. He goes, I know. So, you know, he was trolling. But, never mind. I have a theory about that whole thing. You end up seeing what Solution 9 is, then let me know and I'll bring up the theory. But otherwise, I won't tell you.
I'll try and remember that. I do look into it.
It also has something to do with some end-game content as well. Which is currently a meme that you're missing out on. Because one of the screenshots they showed, everyone was like, that kind of looks like a... And then immediately Yoshi P was like, doesn't that look like that thing? And everyone goes, yes? Wait, you're aware? So everyone started making fun of it. It's so hard to explain. It's really funny though. That entire sequence cracked me up. Also, the fucking Xenos.
Xenos.
I just love it. He's just like, there's gonna be a new Ultimate Raid. Can you guess what the Ultimate Raid's gonna be? What the content? And everyone goes. So someone just Xenos. He's like,
I love that.
He's like, you think I'm gonna make a whole Ultimate Raid based off of nothing?
Hang on, he might.
Maybe that guy sparked an idea.
It could be. Xenos. That's so fucking good.
Did you at least see what the Ultimate Raids are gonna be?
No.
Oh my god, man, you really.
I've only seen the Xenos meme. Ultimate Raids. How do we already know what the?
He said what it is. They announced it, like literally right after that. Literally right after he goes Xenos, because that's what he goes. He goes, can anyone guess the Ultimate Raid's gonna be? Everyone called on answers. He goes Xenos, and then they showed it. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty complete opposite what that person said. Do you want to know what the Ultimate Raid is?
Sure.
It is Eden.
Oh, Eden.
Yes. Directly after the Xenosuit moment, it was a poster of Gaia and Reen standing back to back. Everyone was like, oh! So you didn't watch any of it? You didn't even see the Pictomancer shit?
I saw the new trailer.
Okay.
Pictomancer and the new Dawntrail trailer.
That works, but you also missed them bringing the cosplayer out on stage and him being like, I don't think I could pull this off because it had like the crop top with the midriff. And then the translator literally, he said something as he was looking down at like his chat screens, and the translator goes, I see a bunch of people saying that they really wanted to see my midriff. Please stop. But everyone was basically in chat just being like, you could pull it off, Yoshi P. He's like, he literally said, I'm a 50-year-old man. It was so funny.
That's awesome. People love Yoshi.
And then he was so proud of himself too. He was like, yeah, picked up it. Did you guys figure it out from the T-shirt I wore that one time? He's like, I had a hint for both of them in there, and everyone was like, yeah, buddy, we got it. But then everyone was like, wait a minute, I understand that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were to reference artists. How the hell did it reference Viper? And then someone was like, maybe because Leonardo uses two swords? Is that what he's going for? And everyone was like, I guess. Like, but he doesn't even slot them together. And sometimes he only uses one sword. So there's a bunch of confusion there. Also, that cosplayer really wanted to get off stage when she was in the picture. She was just holding up the fucking it's not an easel, that's where you put the actual canvas on. I forget what the paint board is called, but the board you have all your paints on it. She's holding that up and the freaking like brush wand like up in the air and just smiling and just like bouncing on her feet every once in a while. She wasn't striking like any poses or anything whatsoever the entire time. She was just standing there bouncing, and it was for like 10 to 15 minutes. And then finally he was like, "Okay, you can go." She quickly got off that stage. She was like, "I'm out of here." Man. All right, let's get back to reading. We're gonna get to that 8th circle.
Yep.
Brea would speak further of Athena's fate. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erchthonius could handle the weight of such betrayal after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating whatever. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Erchthonius to safety, in accordance with Agnes' last wish. Very well. I can, at least, assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandæmonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartarus, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. La Brea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Moemetal's phantom warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartaros would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There's no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it, then, that you have no intent to seal him away as before. The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Very well then. I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. Bye-bye. Oh, no, you're not teleporting. Otherwise. I could wait for a new problem to arise. And then we gotta do 9 through 12. Alrighty. We join the queue. It is midnight. Yeah.
If you give me just a minute, I can come back from this other server.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize. I forgot you were in my party.
But you can go on if you don't want to wait.
No, wait. I need to run to the restroom anyway. BRB.
Alrighty.
Hello.
There is a legendary fate going on in Lucia right now.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done Formidable before?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's at 30%. It's probably, it might be a little too low. But there's a legendary fate target in Lucia called Formidable, and with enough of the drops from it, you can get a mount. It's the Robo-Frog mount.
Where should I turn?
Oh, Nikolai's here.
Calusia? I don't even know what
Yes.
that is.
The one with Yulmore.
One with you.
Yeah. It's in the Shadowbringer zone.
So, I got a Yulmore?
That's where it's at 6%. There's no catching it now.
Well, I'm on stream anyway. I probably shouldn't deviate from current task right now. As soon as I beat this and wrap up the section of 4, I'm gonna end stream. I'm gonna keep playing, but I'm gonna end stream after we wrap up this section. And I'll do the other 4 another day.
Cool.
Are you free?
I am now free.
Oh, Calusia. When I saw the written name, I knew. It's a link shell. But hello. Can't invite you to a party.
I will invite you.
Very strange. Suddenly got demoted to free trial.
You could probably send an invite to Nikolai if you wanted. I'm sure he's not doing anything. Might speed up our queue time. One of each.
Heck yeah.
I got the first extreme trial mount yesterday.
Nice.
For Endwalker. Not first actually, it's the second one now that I think about it. It's the first one I've gotten, it's the second trial. And I believe they recently increased the mount's drop rate, because it was only like 10 runs, and I saw a mount in like 5 of them. Which is pretty good. Well, what do we have here?
It's time.
Uh-oh.
It's DNA strains.
Ericthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Yeah, that's not the voice I was expecting. I've been doing it very wrong on this entire time. I hate getting that wrong.
It's not been too wrong, I don't think.
It's been pretty much up here, and his was more down here.
Yeah. Just a little. You had the right. You were going for the right place.
Yeah, the raspiness of the English was correct. It's just the
You
fish.
were on the right street, just a few houses down.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. From fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight!
But I needed the positional from the back. That sucked.
Let's seep sorrow into your heart. I'm tired of this farce. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
It's not stronger than cardio.
You are prey to be consumed.
Okay, don't look at those.
Very clever. Oh Jesus! Why? I'm just vibing, man.
Those were hard to track.
What you got now? You're pulling chains in. All right.
Perish in flames
Fourfold fires. I'm gonna go to the corners. Nope. We are going to the middle. We are going to the middle. We're going to the middle. Exact opposite of that.
Sate your boundless
Okay, he's pulling towards those two. Come back up to the back. I'm just gonna say my logic out loud. What I'm saying visually. All right. Now these go to the other side, so we go to the other side. Corners, so also corners?
Fulgent flame my servants rise.
For a second, my brain was like, in the middle, Patrick.
Let's
Glad I did not
sorrow
listen.
into your heart.
It was not all the corners.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
I don't know. I see.
I think right now
You will know my rage.
this could be very bad if you choose the wrong side.
Oh, I don't know how I didn't get hit by the flames at the edge, but I didn't. Shoot! Reset all of
Sear flesh from bone.
lines.
Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, that tells you what to do. Like when they were coming in, it was
Yeah, they're closing the box. Yeah, now they're coming on this. Direction.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Thought I waited to do this.
A fitting death.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are prey to be consumed.
He combines so many things.
Oh. I might need to be pulled. Oh, yeah. Let me out of the hood on that one. I didn't see the blue lines pop up.
They were pretty sneaky. I should have pulled you there, but I forgot about it.
Perish in flames endless.
Going for the old 1-2 combo.
And sate your boundless hunger.
Was far from the correct rotation, but I tried my best. I used to know, so I know the opener perfectly, and I used to know my first line of my rotation. My second line, forgot it. I actually also forgot my first line too. I don't remember any of it. Is that a minion? Need 7. Alright, I'm just gonna leave. I gotta go.
Need. I didn't get it.
That's crazy.
Someone rolled a 96 on it. I rolled an 80.
There was no shot. There's no shot in hell for me.
Man.
I mean, I guess everyone could have rolled a 6 or a 1.
Yeah, only 3 people rolled on it, including us.
Alright.
I rolled a 90.
Dang it.
Unbelievable.
Baja Brea is making me, trying to read his line, making me breathe dust. Yeah.
That's how La Habra gets his victims.
Ah, yes, the chain of events that led to this moment began with my error. When out of mercy I confined you here, now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. Flames. I see you will not go peacefully. Wait. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride. Though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Ericthonius' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Erechthonius, he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? Also, why did I make you not have any eyebrows? My wish. You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Erechthonius, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son, whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I'll not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You, who are naught but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, no, then who? How do I? Come back to us. Erechthonius, your ridiculous name. I hear you. I owe you and Emus an apology. Athena, did you ever? And La Brea, I will have my say. How? His mind was mine. I can't explain. Mometal's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear, as did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. Let's go. How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've interred much worse. You worthless! You! Crystal? Star crystal? Yo? Convocation crystal? Hey, yo? Oh, shit. What if they put Hephaestus so far, right? So far into like away that when the world was sundered, La Brea did get sundered. And La Brea that we met was Hephaestus. Consider? Consider for a moment. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. You did well, son. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return Erechthonius above. But he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. It quite understated his adeptness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing, it appears your body is none the worse for wear. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandæmonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? I see. Despite his muddled senses, Erechthonius felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. Ah, Brea. Was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed. He was naught but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away. A mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale, of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool, my mother wished to use me. I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here, and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we are not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fantasy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person can meld with the creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we have ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Just so. I believed she bore true affection for me and was so blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandæmonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandæmonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandæmonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Igdistis to keep watch from Tartarus's vestibule as I ventured deeper, not knowing what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best to see with your own eyes. Is this gonna be voice acted? I'm ready for voice acting. Never mind. Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandæmonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? What indeed? So quick are you to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you could not conceal this from myself in Igdistis forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Erechthonius, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time is come, I will have you know the why of it. Then you will not desist. Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware, but you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea. We shall know what the fuck. We shall know one another more deeply than ever before. Impossible! You bonded your souls! Aye. But the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything. To be understood, I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Son of a bitch. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I, thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh, and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star! How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains. When it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fervor. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption of my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. 'Twas my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion, and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was, and live only as La Habrea. Fuck, that's cool. That's awesome. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Egeorm and Imitselk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. Egeorm. Interesting. Is that a name I know? Is that the other Ascian from the Eden raids? I don't remember anymore. As well as they should have. But you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures. Prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should. Yet in truth, he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to the other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? Yes. Now it's your turn to speak your mind. Tell the truth. I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me? Even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say, thank you, Hephaestus. Quest accepted? What? God.
Not even close, baby.
Not even close. I've had enough. There's more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandæmonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. You know, I know there's 4 more raids, and he just said that that was the deepest part of Pandæmonium. La Habrea did. So either he's lying, or I misunderstood him, or lastly, Athena pulled one massive one over on him. I owe you an apology, Mometal. It was due to my own experience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandæmonium, I would have never known La Habrea's story, my father's story. It was a tale I, too, was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Azim upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this she foresaw. I am afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandæmonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartarus, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That as well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments, and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There is another? I have no idea what I'm explaining, so who knows how he's going to respond to this information. I kind of hate when they do that, when like I explain stuff and I'm like, I don't know what all details I'm giving them. So the response could either needs to like repeat back to me basically what I said, or like explain it in a roundabout way, which they're about to do. But then I still can't really tell. I don't know. While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company, and Azim, was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandæmonium. Oh, not the Azim crystal. So they're talking. I can't remember very well, but wasn't it that at the beginning before P1 through 4 that I found a crystal? No, the researcher that I already forgot the name of. He found a crystal. Okay.
Yes, it like came out of the ethereal sea or something, right?
Yeah, something like that. So either Heidelin set this up, which seems kind of a cop-out, so we'll find out who it is. Then why would they not make themselves known, even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed. That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more of from you. Return at your leisure, and we shall share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us, and continue upon your journey. Or if you are so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journeys smacks of Azim. As well it should. She has pledged to keep moving until she has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. He may yet be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. We're not done yet.
Yeah, I think the researcher still had it or something.
Something like that. Well, Claudian went to go find another one. He said they sensed or detected or whatever. Something like that.
Oh, okay.
Why, if it isn't more metal? Excuse me, I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudian commissioned for his search was lost some time ago, and now we have quite lost track of where he might be. That's a weird wording. And to make matters worse, Namiji has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Itioscope, in fact. Please, you must come with me. Cutscene time. Haha. What? What is that? Sir, is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Ah. And you two. Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it? As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. That's wild.
Yeah. You thought you were done.
While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Azizla, but we know not. Well, that is not the accent I gave this woman earlier. Holy crap. But we know not whether he has ever reached his destination. That was the one I gave her. My god, brain fry. I'm not gonna remember every NPC, but considering I did it like an hour or two ago, that was crazy. A rash endeavor even for Claudian. But he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. Why am I trying to roll my R so? I'm trying to do Ajdaya. So bad right now. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. As for that unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandæmonium was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring for it for further irregularities. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation is concluded. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here. I hope they get some new dramatic music. I like the Shadowbringers music, but they've used it a lot.
Yeah.
Past two DLCs. Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We are left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandæmonium's pitiless spires justice. I can only wonder, the facility itself traversed the ages. Did the creations within do the same? What are the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I'm sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortuno asked and write that report. As for you, Elemental, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. Where is the next... Whoa.
It's alright, it's gonna be okay.
I shall do as Master Fortuno commanded and compile our research before sending it to the forum. Paperwork of all manner has been my forte since before I was even a student. Oh, these are the hard. Okay, these are the.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm following. Well, I mean, I guess I should just go and unlock that. Well, Metal, may I have a moment? If you would be so inclined, I would very much like to hear the story of your battles in Abyssos and Tartarus. While I have no difficulty producing reports for the forum with a general summation of events, I could use some help with the finer details, for the record, you know. For the record, you say? Come now, be honest and admit it to state your own curiosity. I've seen the tomes you've left scattered about the laboratory. Bestiaries of creatures both real and imagined. I will not, and I dare say should not, deny an intellectual stake in the matter. But surely Mohametal will understand that a thorough recounting will help Professor Claudian's research as well. Now then, whenever you're ready... Here you go. I'm a god. That's it. That's all. Yeah. Fascinating. As you say, the savage creation you encountered in Abyssos bears more than a few similarities to the carbuncle. Could it be that the arcane entities we know now had their origins in ancient times? Just as curious was your story of the keyword who was melded with a tree of legend. Where do the limits of Hemitheos' creation process lie? I wonder. And how do such creatures even survive once melded? As expected, you cannot help yourself from asking ever more questions. What purpose would such knowledge serve? Oh, Rusino. One day you too shall develop the keen instincts of a researcher, and then you shall understand that it is impossible not to wonder once the spark of imagination has been struck. Mohametal's stories have already set several theories stirring in my mind, and I feel even more bubbling just under the surface. Take Hephaestus, for example. It would not be a great leap to assume that he studied at length the regenerative and death-defying properties of the phoenix. And that is just the tip of the proverbial berg. You are free to exercise your imagination all you like, but need I remind you, these reports are meant to be submitted to Master Fortuno himself. I implore you to exercise restraint. Professor Claudian would have encouraged me, you know. He thrives on theories and imagination, but I do understand your point, Rusino. If I were to submit such a report to Master Fortuno, I would soon thereafter be forced to write a formal apology. He's more open to wild theories than you think. That very well may be. An academic does not achieve the station he has without a curiosity as deep as the ethereal sea itself. Now, I should set ink to paper and let the wonder of theory guide my hand, within reason, of course. Yet I cannot help but dream ever larger. There are no bounds to what the mind can imagine, and if there are, let us both strive to find them, Mohametal. There we go. Cool.
Yep.
Alright. 1 second, Chris. Thank you so much for watching. I will catch you on the next one. I don't know when I'll be doing 9 through 12, but I will be doing 9 through 12. After that stream, again, probably no Final Fantasy for a while. I want to get back to regular Overwatch and stuff like that as soon as I can, maybe even some other single-player games, but I also need to take the time to start editing, so streams may become infrequent while I try to get into a flow of editing that I am working very quickly. And yeah, that's all. So I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.